combate ele foi melhor do que durante a luta. Você sentiu isso de repente que você estava mais cansado ou estava mais cadenciado pela certeza da vitória?
Não, eu acho que o Dedé falou comigo pra eu dar pra parar de caçar e dar uma andada e deixar ele vir mais pra cima de mim. Mas isso é uma coisa que eu tenho que trabalhar em mim. Toda vez que eu tô andando, circulando o ringue, eu acho que eu tô perdendo a luta. Então, eu sempre quero ir pra frente. Então, eu acho que isso é uma coisa que eu tenho que trabalhar em mim. Nem sempre, quando você tá andando, circulando, você tá perdendo a luta. Você tá angulando. Então, isso é uma coisa que... Aí eu acabei que botei em risco ali um round sem necessidade. Entendeu? Aí tomei um jab ali dentro do olho, cara. Tomei um soco bem... Não foi tão forte, mas foi bem dentro do olho. Então, me machucou um pouco. Aí eu tomei uns golpes ali, mas nada demais. Mas eu acho que foi o melhor momento dele na luta ali, o quinto.
Depois de mais de um ano parado, quão frustrante foi pra você, mais uma vez, trocar de adversário? E toda essa polêmica que envolveu o slam, né? Aceita, não aceita, daí você vai dormir achando que o adversário acorda com outro. Quão frustrante foi pra você esse cenário inteiro?
Ah, cara, eu treinei pra lutar 5 rounds, a luta foi adiada 2 semanas, aí troca o oponente, aceita um, o cara não aceita. Pô, foi bem difícil essas 2 semanas aí, muito estresse, muita coisa difícil, mas graças a Deus a gente arrumou um oponente e saímos com a vitória.
Você deixou claro que a sua grande meta é voltar a lutar pelo cinturão. Depois da performance de hoje, o quão distante você acha que você está da sua meta?
Cara, eu acho que a luta do cinturão já está marcada, sendo ex-campeão. Eu acho que esse caminho para mim se encurta muito. O Islam e o Ben vão lutar. Então, eu acho, cara, tudo pode acontecer, né? Eu, como sempre, eu me mantenho preparado. A oportunidade que aparecer, eu vou estar pronto.
Só mais 2 perguntas, por favor. Você já falou em inglês, gostaria que você respondesse em português. No mundo ideal, qual seria a sua próxima luta e por quê?
Cara, eu acho que uma luta legal que faria sentido pra mim seria o retorno do Conor. Agora parece que ele vai voltar em julho, agosto. Seria uma luta legal que me interessava. Eu, sendo ex-campeão, já ter lutado tanto aí com todo mundo em 2 divisões, eu preciso de lutas que me animem de ir pra academia e treinar, nomes que me deem prazer em treinar, entendeu? Então esse seria um nome que me daria isso.
Para finalizar, Rafael, você mudou de volta para o Brasil, já vendeu a casa em Los Angeles. 10 anos atrás, mais ou menos, você mudou para os Estados Unidos. O que você procurava nos Estados Unidos naquela época e o que hoje você procura no Brasil voltando para lá?
Eu vim para cá atrás de treino. Eu tava sem treino de wrestling, sem treino de geral, assim, de sparring, de tudo. Eu acho que eu consegui isso aqui. Tive uma boa temporada.
She takes a picture, and in that picture is this ET. He puts the camera over in that direction, and everyone looking in that direction at that moment saw it. You can make contact with these civilizations, and you do not need the government. And that's when they take me into a hotel room later that night and very aggressively say, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Because those projects understand the power of consciousness, and that the Rosetta Stone of contact has to do with these protocols. And they were not happy that we were doing this without their permission.
Agora a gente resolveu vender e ir pro Brasil. Eu acho que a minha família tá feliz, eu tô feliz, minha esposa tá feliz. E o treino lá no Dedé, a gente tem tudo no mesmo lugar, no CT lá do Dedé, na Nova União. Tem jiu-jitsu, wrestling, tudo eu faço lá. Tem meu treinador físico, Paulo Caruso também. E médicos no Brasil, eu acho muito melhor. Tudo, o momento me levou pro Brasil agora.
Hey Rafael, how you doing? If you were to get the Conor fight, what areas would you be looking to test yourself in? Like, I know obviously you make it look well, but would you be willing to stand and bang, for example, or would it be a more grappling heavy approach?
I have no problem to trade the punch with Conor. No, I think I have everything it takes. Being, I'm pretty comfortable on stand-up. I know he got a, dangerous game, but I'll do my game. Just mix it up, and but I have no problem to trade at all. Thank you, guys.
Jorge, I know it's gotta be a little frustrating right now, so appreciate the time. But I guess, what are the emotions for you like right now?
Shit, lost a lot of exchanges. If I would have won them, I mean, on a technical level, things could have gone a little different. If I would have made him spend more energy on certain takedowns. That first takedown I gave up, he took my back and he rode me pretty good, and that got me a little flat, going into the next round. I felt like I won a lot of exchanges. Felt like on the feet I definitely did the more damage, but it's a fight, and I mean, shit, man. If I could do it all over again, I would have gone to college and wrestled my ass off, got my grades up, and be able to stuff all these guys up and then just keep it on the feet. But I was just flat on the wrestling, brother.
I know you said obviously nothing personal, but I mean, and you've been in big fights. So the feeling going out tonight, was it any different? Was there any, type of different emotion than normal?
To lose to a bitch like that, I mean, all he does is talk about either kids, religion, nations. Obviously, nobody wants to lose to a coward like that. So, felt like I lost the wrestling exchanges, the fight, whatever. I know I did damage. I think I dropped him twice. So, it sucks, man. Fucking flat on the wrestling, and he jumped on and he was able to take me down. There was like 1 or 2 times that I felt him getting real tired on the takedowns, and all of a sudden he got that takedown, and I was like stuck in the second and third attempt. Then on the fourth one he got me down, and he got good control when he was on top.
So you knew the guy very well. Did anything in there surprise you? Was it pretty much exactly what you expected?
More or less what I expected, I know that he wouldn't want to stand in there toe-to-toe. Even if he'd land 1 shot, or 2 or 3, when I'd land one back, it'd make a big difference, I thought I'd hurt him more significantly with my shots, but whatever, man, it still came up short.
Is it a fight that you'll try to get again at some point, or is it, all that encompasses and better to just move past all this?
Definitely, if I get on a winning track, improve myself again, and I get that fight I'd love to take, I feel I could keep improving those positions where I did fuck up tonight. Just make it a little bit more taxing on him, so when we get to the feet, I'm fresher. He's a little bit worn out, and I can get some big shots in his face and finish him next time.
Last thing for me, I know you want to take some time away and be with family and such, but is there anything that interests you right now other than a rematch maybe down the road? I mean, you're still a big star, obviously, man. The crowd's responding out there. It's clear how much you're loved. So, I mean, are there fights that make sense or dates or anything like that?
I think the only thing that makes sense is for me to get in the gym, me to get in the track and field, and just get after it. Get in great shape, see where my headspace is at, and then 3-4 months from now, make that decision who's next. You know, for right now, I want to clear the cobwebs up. It's not that I'm hurt or nothing, but to me, to a punk like that, it sucks, you know. And if I fight like another wrestler, I need to make sure I could deal with this thing, you know. It's always been tough fights for me with the wrestlers, you know. Thinking, is he gonna shoot on me so I don't open up as much on my feet as I should, and then I get in big scrambles and I get out scrambled. So I need to fix the wrestling, man.
George, to your right.
De ce să dai o grămadă de bani pe un telefon nou? Tu poți să ții un second hand, ca nou, de pe Flip Control.
To your left, excuse me. I know my right from my left usually. I'm just curious, when you dropped him in the 4th round there, was that your good shot, and are you surprised he bounced up as quick as he did?
And then I didn't pounce, you know, on him after I dropped him. I wasn't surprised that he bounced up. I was just surprised that I didn't go and take his head off. I thought he was gonna shoot immediately on me, so I just thinking of wrong shit instead of just go and take his head off. You know, I was tired, he was tired and hurt. That was my chance right there. That was that window of like 5-6 seconds to give it all I got and make a sprint and make a big change. Maybe I could have made that round 10-8, 10-7, who knows, you know. But I didn't take that opening.
You dropped him in the 2nd and the 4th, I believe it was. Which one was the better shot?
I'm gonna have to see with myself, because obviously when I'm in the fight, I might think this, I might think that. Probably the one in the 4th, I think, but I'm gonna have to check it out again.
You know, when you were standing there when you called out Dustin Poirier, it was a little surprise to people. He's calling out a guy in a lighter weight. He talked about, to me, like 185, as opposed to saying Whitaker. He calls out Dustin Poirier, and I'm curious what you think that Colby for doing.
He's a bitch. That's it, you know, he's a bitch good wrestler.
Did you think he was kind of fighting a little bit dirty in there? I know in the first round he poked you in the eye, that started the wrestling, so you almost had the first round taken away from you for a foul. Do you feel like he was doing that, or was he doing it intentionally, or how did you feel?
The eye poke was pretty bad, man. The only thing that's hurting on me right now is the fucking eye poke. My eye's still throbbing right now. I've had a couple mishaps with Herb Dean. I just don't get it why he didn't fix the action. You know, he threw a punch, miss, and then he immediately just jabbed me in the fucking eyeball. I'm not gonna take nothing away from him winning the fight, because that was just one sequence. But it would have been cool if he would have stopped it there, and I would have got my breathing, and then we restart. And he poked the shit out of my eye. You know, like it's still throbbing right now. It's the only thing that's hurting on me. Whatever the fucking me and Herb Dean don't have a clean record as it is. You know, we've had a couple mishaps in the past, and shit, it's not my cup of tea when it comes to refereeing.
He, in between the first and second round, he said to Colby, I've watched the replay, it was an eye poke, I'm giving you a stern warning. But at that point, the eye poke's already happened, and you've already...
And I've been down for like 3 minutes and change on my back, you know. I don't know, you know, I just kind of sucks, you know. And then there was a low blow as well, and I don't know. Colby's always been kind of a little dirty fighter, but today just showed more. But I'm not gonna rely on that or anything, man. Still, I lost the wrestling scrambles, and he won, you know.
You've been disappointed before, right? I remember against Usman, you know, you came up short and you were disappointed. But this one, and I don't want to rub it in or anything, but how harsh is this sitting here right now talking to us?
It's fucking, like I said, none of it is personal, but it just sucks because this idiot talked about my kids, you know. He's still somebody, if I see him out in the streets, I'm going to give him everything I got to break his fucking jaw, you know. It doesn't matter if I lost wrestling scrambles tonight. I still think he's a fucking pussy, you know.
Thanks for coming to talk to us.
Jorge, I was wondering, straight back, I believe it was in the 4th round, you had this particular exchange with him. He kind of got you against the fence. He unloaded a few punches, and you just shook it off. You showed your tongue at him. Can you just walk me through that moment? I mean, was it just the punches just didn't have no power, and then you came back and cracked them?
I was kind of baiting him there because I was seeing the punches coming, and I was like, I think I could get him to either punch out or he's going to take a shot right now, and I could catch him with a knee. I ended up catching him with a punch. Yeah, he doesn't have power like on his hands, you know. That's why he goes right to snipping the crotch. So I just I was hesitant there, man. I thought he was gonna shoot and I could time him for a knee as he was throwing those punches. I just read him wrong. I think he let out like 7, 8 punches, but that also caused him to gas, you know.
And then another question I had, just were there any words exchanged, you know, when you guys were in the middle of the octagon that maybe we didn't catch during the fight?
Yeah, me just telling him you're still a bitch and shit like that.
Did you say anything back?
I don't even know what he said, bro. But I know I just told him, "Here, bitch. Just, you know, I'll get you eventually."
Yeah, I know you know, not too many fights that you've had back since the pandemic, so obviously a big crowd and big response to you tonight when you walked out. Just, can you talk about what it's like this many years in your career now? Finally, you're getting all of that kind of reaction when you finally walk out to the octagon.
You know, it's like double-sided. You know, I've been doing it 20 years. I'm 37 years old. I wish I would have had the support maybe a little bit younger when I was a little bit younger. But I'm not mad that I'm getting it now, though. You know, I still love the sport. I still love what I do. I'm 37 years old, so it's not like in like my youth prime, but I still love this, you know. So I'm glad that I got the fans behind me, and they see that every time I step in, I got one intention to take the other guy out.
Can I ask this final question? You've obviously had losses before. When you go home, just like, how do you start putting the pieces back together and start rebuilding with the team, with your family and everything?
Smoke a fat joint with a couple cheeseburgers. And then hit the gym, you know, and then hit the track and field and hit the gym and see how I'm holding up. And maybe like a month into it or something, I'll talk to my team, my coaches, see what they want to do. I leave it in their hands. I got the best management in the world. I feel I got the best coaches in the world. I'm in the passenger side for this one, you know. I'll let them decide when I come back, after the fight before this one.
Jorge,
They wanted me to take a while, so I did, and then eventually I came back. Now I just talk to my team. If they want me to fight in 2, 3 months, I'll do that. If they want me to fight 6, 7 months from now, then I'll do that as well.
Jorge, last year, there was rumors that Colby fight with Colby, and I saw that Mossy also replied to a tweet about Colby getting some cortisone shots. Do you know if he had any injury?
I'm not 100% sure. Just one of the blows me out anyway.
And then last question from me. There were a couple shots to the back of the head. Did that impact you at all during the fight?
In the heat of the moment, you know, the adrenaline pumping, you know, it's like, I'm sure that he hit me back there, but I didn't feel it. The only thing that impacted me in the fight that was like harsh was the eye poke, you know. It was pretty shitty. My eyes still throbbing right now. Doesn't feel too good. How to get that checked out. Make sure there's no corneal abrasion or nothing. That's the only thing that I think the referee should have set a stern warning and gave me the time to recoup, you know. My eyes still hurting now, and it's been like 30 minutes after the fight.
Pasando todo lo que ha pasado, tu historia, que es una historia tremenda para todos los cubanos, ¿cómo te recuperas de esto y cómo sigues adelante con la fuerza para seguir peleando y dándole a tu gente lo que la gente quiere de ti?
Creen en Dios, primero, tomar un descanso, 1 o 2 semanas, después empezar a ir al gimnasio, ir recuperándome así y empezar de menos a más, a ver quién me dan para la próxima pelea y después acabar con él.
La última vez que tú soñabas con verte en el Madison Square Garden, los ojos, ¿dónde más te ves? ¿Dónde más ves tu carrera llegando?
De nuevo aquí en Las Vegas, llenando el estadio, peleando con uno de los mejores del mundo, arrancándole la cabeza y yendo para adelante. Yo no voy a dejar que esto me pare, voy a tomar un tiempo para reenfocarme, poner todo en su lugar y ir para adelante.
Jorge, here. Obviously, you said before this fight your ultimate goal, even though all this rivalry with Covington is you won't retire until you're champion. Is that still the same?
I'm 37 years old, so I want to give it all I got, and I base it off if I go to the gym 2, 3 weeks from now and the young guys are beating my ass, and I've always said that'll be the time for me to hang it up. If I'm losing in the gym, I don't need to get in the cage to find that out. The goal is always to be the champion. As long as I'm doing good in the gym, I'll keep competing, you know. We didn't do that well today, American Top Team, but we constantly have guys that are competing at the highest of levels. So I can't compete with those guys. I know it's time for me to hang it up. I still do well in the gym. And it's going to be the same thing. I'm going to get back to the gym, and if everybody's kicking my butt, then my time has come. If I'm still holding my own, I'm going to get in there and give it another shot. And if I win that one, then I'm going to give it another shot. And if I win that one, I'm going to give it another shot. And then see where that leads me.
Like you said, though, the title is what's on your mind. This is a very personal fight. You know, people could say it's one-sided, but you have your moment. Is it a rematch something you ever want?
Definitely. I'm gonna go in early, but by knocking other people out, yesterday I get in front of him. He's gonna beat me right now. I'm far removed from that. Probably 2-3 fights away from that. But I love the work. I love the fight. So as long as I can still hold my own in the gym, I'll be back in there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Brett, one question. More important for you before it's all said and done to get a third fight with Usman or that second fight with Colby?
It'd be nice to get both. If I could get both, it'd be very nice. I feel in this fight there was a couple hiccups in the wrestling exchanges when he was giving all he had to take me down. If I could have just avoided those takedowns then, it would have been detrimental for him. And we would have been on the feet, and I would have been nice and calm, and he would have been huffing and puffing. Instead, I gave up in some positions. I gave up, but I got outscored, and then that allowed him to put his style on me, and then that made it. Then my gas go down. So I just feel like if I could clean this up, clean that up, I could make his life hell.
Herb Dean did give him a warning in between rounds. He gave a stern warning. Were you kind of surprised that he didn't take a point after that with the low blow?
No, I wasn't surprised at all. I was just surprised that after the eye poke in the first round, they didn't just break it up and address it. Like that position wouldn't have happened had he not poked me in the eye, you know. So it's whatever. It's Herb Dean stuff, you know. Everybody here who's been fighting with him, Herb Dean had numerous hiccups. I'm not gonna blame the fight on him, but he's not my cup of tea when it comes to refereeing.
Jorge, de este lado, cuéntame un poquito qué pasó en el cuarto round cuando lo tocaste. En español sé que ya lo dijiste en inglés, pero no lo tocaste y sentiste que podías ir por más o qué pasó.
Cuando lo toqué, vi que estaba lastimado y mi primera emoción era, se va a tirar las piernas, solo quería casar con una rodilla o con un uppercut. No lo hizo y pensemos que es el problema mío, que pensemos en vez de sacar los perros y tratar de terminar en ese momento como sea, me puso a pensar mucho.
¿Y el piquete de ojo qué tanto te afectó a partir de ese momento en la pelea?
Bueno, el ojo todavía me duele, lo tengo palpitando todavía. Ha sido media hora después de la pelea y no el ojo no está entero, me lo voy a decir con el doctor mañana. Thank you guys, thank you everybody.
Connor's little.
Surprise you at all?
10 push-ups, John.
Congrats.
Hey, Colby.
Hey, what's up, Helen? How you doing?
Colby, congratulations on a very thorough victory this evening. I'm just curious how you're feeling after the performance tonight.
10 push-ups, John.
Congrats.
Hey, Colby.
Hey, what's up, Helen? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. A real journalist who doesn't write with their feelings and talks about fighters not being deserving. So I would love to answer your question. What do you have for me?
Well, first off, congratulations on the great performance and the fight of the night. I'm just curious, first off, after training with Jorge in the past, did anything in there surprise you at all?
Nah, nothing in there surprised me. Another dominant finish. You know, whooped his ass from second 1 to minute 25. You could see in his body language he had nothing left in the fight. I was ready for 5 more rounds in the parking lot. So, you know, if he wants to keep doing this, we go for 5 more rounds in the parking lot. You know, bring out another guy, man. American trash team, man. They need to keep sending guys to me, but just don't expect to get them back in one piece. You know, I'm ready to take 2 of those fighters in one night. The King of Miami showed out tonight.
I know afterwards you called out Dustin Poirier, but for you, would it be more meaningful to fight Dustin or Kamaru Usman for a third time?
Definitely Marty Fake Newsman a third time. I got unfinished business with him when I left the arena in Madison Square Garden. All the fans knew I won rounds 3, 4, and 5, but you know, he's going to be out for a while. He's got that hand surgery, so, you know, I figure I'll get another tune-up fight with Dustin Poirier, who said it's on site, you know, and he weighs more than me. He's just a bully who cuts a lot of weight. I don't cut any weight because I know I'm the best in the world, and I don't need to have a weight advantage over anybody. So, Dustin, name the site, you know, bring that Jezebel wife, and bring Connor's little kid, Parker.
Well, after training with both Dustin and Jorge, do you feel that Dustin will be a tougher opponent than Jorge was tonight?
I mean, you saw George, you know, he just come out to took that losing paycheck. There's a reason he signed that contract before he fought me tonight. He knew he couldn't beat me. You know, he knew if he put up his best performance like he did tonight, that was my worst performance, and it was still an easy night of work for me. So I beat them both up in the same night. I used to do it every Tuesday and Thursday at American Trash Team. So bring him out. You know, he's talking all that reckless thing to the media. So I talk the talk. I walk the walk. I'm a man of my word. Promises made, promises kept.
And lastly, both of them have fought at 155 before. Would you ever consider moving down to 155 in your career?
I wouldn't, because I don't want to cut all that weight. I think I can make 162 very easily. Like 170 is a joke, man. I was running to the scale, like I felt so good. I was like, man, this is such an easy weight cut. Like I didn't miss one meal. I had all my meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So it's an easy weight cut, but I'm not a bully. I don't need to bully guys at lightweight. That's an easy-ass division, and there's no reason for me to cut all that weight. I'd rather just fight in my natural weight class and prove I'm the best in the world like I did tonight.
Dustin over here. Colby over here. You called. Sorry about that. There was. You just said you felt this was one of your worst performances. What specifically about this makes you make that assessment?
Well, first off, I want to say, man, it is so cold in here, man. I got all this ice on my neck. Can we turn up the temperature up in here? I'm freezing up here. You see all this ice on my neck, man? Frick, man, I got a house on my neck, man. But yeah, it wasn't my best performance. Just a lot of emotions going into it, you know. That was a real friend of mine at one point in my career, and you know, just he's such a backstabbing thief, and he talks so reckless, and he's tried to make some false narratives to the media, make a lot of lies, like he does. He's a liar. You know, he's a thief. So, you know, I let the emotions get the best of me, but you know, it was still dominant. I just showed how good I was, that I am the #1 fighter in the world for a reason, and it wasn't even competitive tonight.
The broadcast made it seem like you might have had a knee injury. Even Jorge said that he heard some rumors that maybe you got a cortisone shot. How accurate was that?
That's fake news. It's funny that happened, because I told someone intentionally, because I wanted to see whose side he was really on, Team George or Team Colby. So I found out what team he's on, and I got to keep my circle even smaller going forward. But you know, I'm the king of Miami now. George needs to leave the city. You know, it's not big enough for the two of us. So he needs to leave, or he's gonna get sparked again.
We couldn't hear what was being said. It was muted back here, but it even looked like your coaches were yelling at Jorge and his team. What exactly was being said in there after the fight?
Yeah, he was just still running his mouth. Like, dude, you just got pounded out, dude. You got dropped, wobbled. I mean, just a complete domination from second 1 to minute 25. You could see in his body language, he literally didn't have another 1 minute in him to go. So just imagine if there wasn't a ref there tonight, his life would have been over. So that's the end of Street Judas. I don't want to hear any more talk of Street Judas, the hype machine who hit lightning in a bottle for a couple fights. He's done. I don't want to hear another word about him.
I don't know if you've seen this, but Dustin Poirier has responded to you on Twitter. Well, we assume it's to you. He's currently in Jamaica, I think, right now on vacation. He called you a bumbleclot and said maybe fight a welterweight contender. So what's your response to that?
Let's do it, bro. He said it's on site, man. Let's do it, man. Stop talking reckless to the media, man. If I talk to the media and say things, I come out here and back it up. I'm a man of my word. So, you know, We can do it anywhere. We don't have to do it in a UFC octagon. If he wants to do it in a park or in the street, my only one concern is, my one stipulation is, you know, you let the world watch and enjoy themselves, just like he does when Conor's in bed with his wife. He's a little cuck.
Colby.
Colby.
Down here. I know you don't respect George on a personal level, but as a competitor, after sharing the octagon with him for 25 minutes, is there any sort of respect there?
Let's talk about all the money that Drake lost tonight. He needs to go back to, you know, selling those shitty albums to get back the money. He should have went to America's Pick of the Week by my bookie. I tried to give the people the pick of the week. I'm America's champ, and I was America's Pick of the Week. Drake, you suck at sports betting. Go back to your shitty little albums and rapping.
Okay, that side, no, that side. Any level of respect him as a competitor at all?
Absolutely not. How can you respect that guy? He's a thief. He went to jail multiple times for grand theft. He's tried to compare himself to say he's on the same knowledge level as me. The guy didn't graduate middle school. I tried to ask him one simple question: how does a bill become a law? He couldn't tell me how a bill becomes a law. The guy's a fraud. He's a phony. He knows nothing about politics, and he got exposed for the journeyman he was tonight.
And how active do you want to be this year?
I want to be very active. I'd love to fight 3 times. I want to come back and fight International Fight Week in July. Come back to Sin City, you know, the fight capital of the world. It's so convenient to fight here in Las Vegas. We got the UFC PI. You know, they do a great job. Shout out to Heather Linden, Bobby, and Charles. They did a great job of just keeping me well fed all week, and just massages and just, you know, top-notch facilities. You can't complain when you fight in Vegas. It's the best in the world, so I'd love to come back.
Hey, Colby, to your left here. I wonder, you beat Dos Anjos for the title. Does this fight compare with that, this win?
Weren't you just writing an article talking shit? Like, I was trying to be nice to you.
I was talking shit?
Yeah, you said some stupid-ass shit about George in this fight, man. You're fake news, man. No one wants to...
I didn't say that.
I ain't answering you either. Next question.
Colby, right here, just one question. There's been a lot of talk about the pay-per-view points. Why did you give up the pay-per-view points, and was there some sort of trade-off in the contract?
Because I told Hunter Campbell, you know, this fight, I didn't care about the money. I wanted to come out here and fight this guy because he's talked so reckless. I was willing to take a pay cut. I didn't care. I would have fought this guy for free. I'm sick of this guy running his mouth. He can't talk and walk his walk. You know, he can't talk the talk and walk the walk like I do. So I was willing to fight this guy for free. It wasn't about money tonight. This is a personal rivalry that needed to be settled, and it got settled. So, you know, now that was the last of Street Judas, and we're not going to hear any more of him.
Great, thanks.
Just in front of
Colby
you here.
right here, straight up. Colby, I asked Jorge, he said that he was saying some words to you during the fight. Can you talk about what you might have said to him during the fight?
Yeah, I was telling him, yeah, I'm still your daddy. You know who your daddy is. I'm the king of Miami. So take this ass whooping like the little bitch. I'm glad you came out and, you know, took this ass whooping. But let's talk about Cain Velasquez, man. Free Cain, man. A lot of people, what he did, a lot of people, you know, wouldn't have done the same thing. But I respect the shit out of him. I mean, having your kid be molested, I mean, we talk about that all the time. Like, we would do that, but he was in that situation. He actually did it. So free Cain Velasquez, much respect and love, and I hope you get out soon.
I have an additional question. There was so much going into this fight. You've been part of some big fights already. When it's all said and done for your career, what are you going to reflect on most that you're most proud of getting the W in this particular event?
Selling out another arena, just like Madison Square Garden. 4th highest gate in Madison Square Garden, my last fight. You know, selling big pay-per-views, doing good business for the UFC. Sold out T-Mobile Arena tonight. Another electrifying crowd. You know, I'm sure the pay-per-views are through the roof. You know, I'm just going to remember, you know, doing what I did best, you know, being a man of my word and, you know, doing good business for the UFC, the company that I love so much, man. I have so much respect for Hunter Campbell, Dana White, and all the UFC brass for what they've done and what they've built with this company. So I love being a UFC fighter, and I want to be a UFC fighter for life.
Colby, just in front of you here. Obviously, you know, you just said you sold out the arena. You didn't take pay-per-view points for this one because it meant so much to you. But given, you know, you mean so much to the company, you sold out this arena, is that something you'd want for your next fight?
You know, I love it. I think I deserve it, you know. George just signed his contract right before the fight because he knew he was going to get his ass whooped, and he wasn't going to have any leverage or power to negotiate after I whoop his ass on Monday morning. So, you know, I want to be paid more than George Masvidal now. He likes to rub that in his face that, you know, oh, I make more money than you, this and that. I mean, first off, no, he doesn't. He pays half the pay for Maritza, his ex-wife. So he doesn't make more money than me. But Secondly, I need to be making more money than George. The guy's a flash in the pan, you know, two-pump chump like his ex-wife Maritza said. And, you know, he's 37 years old, man. I'm 30. I just turned 34, you know, 2 weeks before this fight. I'm in my prime. I'm getting better every single day, and you haven't seen the best of me. So, you know, I still got a long, long career ahead of me.
Masvidal was in here and he said, you know, one of his good performances. Were you surprised that you were able to hold him down? Did you expect more from him?
No, I didn't expect it. You know, that was the best performance he's ever had in his life. You know, he knows every time we train. You know, last time we trained, left him unconscious with a high kick, fake takedown, high kick. So the guy's irrelevant. I don't want to hear any more about him. He was, you know, lightning in a bottle. Shouldn't even been here in the first place, but he's lucky he got the main event tonight. They were going to bury on the card. He was supposed to fight Edward Scissorhands 3 fights down. You know, I brought him to a main event pay-per-view fight, so he should be thanking me.
Finally, we want some more from me. Hamzat Chimaev reacted to your fight. He said, call it a BS fight. If he beats Burns, he could be right next to you in terms of the title potential. Have you ever looked at Hamzat? Have you ever watched any of his fights?
I don't watch fights of people who have, 3-4 fights in the UFC. I mean, he should be mad at his mom. His mom made him come shot. Don't get mad at me, bro. Get mad at your mom. She made me come shot.
Thank you, Colby.
Hey, Jorge, how you doing? Henry Ford once said that the best friend is somebody who brings out the best in them. And tonight we kind of saw that in a similar backwards sense of the phrase. So how much more heart and drive do you find to that video as opposed to fighting anybody else?
Not much more. I took this off the couch, man. I was in Aspen, Colorado when the UFC called for me to take this fight. And I was skiing the slopes, not even training. I was going to take a little bit of time off after the fight in Madison Square Garden. I had some big chip on my shoulder. And I know Usman was going to be out for a while with hand surgery, so I was like, didn't think I was going to get a fight. So I had like a 4 or 5 week training plan. Just not even focused training camp, specifically who I'm going to compete with. It's not going to be close. You guys are going to start getting finished. But the beauty of what I did tonight is there's no luck. It wasn't like a fluke knockout. It wasn't, you can't say, he got a lucky knockout. What would have been if it would have kept going? I completely dominated that from start to finish. I'm the best fighter in the world, pound for pound champ, America's champ, people's champ, Donald Trump's favorite fighter, and the king of fucking Miami.
Hey, Colby, great victory, man.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you.
Question for you, because when Dana White came in here, he didn't know what was next. How do you envision the pathway to getting another crack at the welterweight strap?
I gotta get back to work, you know. I'm completely injury-free. I'm healthy, so I want to fight in July. I think that's the perfect timeline to get back in there. And I think what's next is Dustin. Man, he said he's on site. You know, he said, we're going to jail, this and that. So let's fight, man. He said it's Bulking season. He wants to come up and fight Nate at 170. He don't have a fight. Nate's fighting Connor. So there's no other fights for Dustin. He needs to come take this losing paycheck just like his boy George just did.
When he talked to former President Trump again, what do you think that conversation's going to sound like?
It's going to be a great conversation, man. Mr. 45, President Trump, greatest living American and greatest president in history, man. The things he did for this country, all you liberals out there that say he didn't, look at inflation, look at our open borders. Our fucking country's going to shit right now without him. So we need him back in 2024, Trump 2024, and he's going to come back and make America great again.
Aventurile noastre cu plinul de Gio Chips. Gio, distrează-te pe gustul tău.
As a developer, I realized ClickUp is an incredibly powerful engineering tool. I wish I knew sooner.
Hi, everybody. It is 1:14 in the morning on the 6th of March, 2022. This is the official Morning Combat UFC 272 post-fight show. I'll be the host for today's festivities. My name is Luke Thomas. I am merely one half of the normal Morning Combat hosting duo. And Brian Campbell, of course, is my partner. He will be with me on Monday. We'll together talk about everything, including some of the boxing over the weekend. But today we're going to talk about UFC 272. It just finished. It is in the book, so if you guys don't want spoilers, now's your time to go. If you're watching this on YouTube, please, for the love of Jesus Christ, give us, if you'd be so kind, a thumbs up on the video and hit that subscription button. What are you waiting for? Hit that joker. All right, please do that. Word of caution: I'm not single. I'm married, but I am a single dad for today anyway. And if my daughter wakes up, I have to go attend to it, which would cut short the show. So, no time like the present. With that out of the way, if you don't want spoilers, time to go. Let's get this party started. Right. All right, there we are. I think everything looks good. I think we're ready to go. And without further ado, let's get this thing moving. Man, there is a lot to talk about. What a very surprisingly eventful in a lot of ways, actually. A lot of reffing things, a lot of judging things, a lot of commentary things, a lot of broadcasting. Can you believe they lost like a minute of round 2? I almost had an aneurysm about that. ESPN, I don't know whose accidents happened. I don't know whose fault it was. I'm sure they were freaking out to try to get it back up, but that sucked. I was not thrilled with that reality. Let me turn this subscription animation off. Okay, let's start with the main event. I have to pull up the stats on this too, so give me just a second here as I pull that up. All right, your results: Colby Covington defeats Jorge Masvidal. Your scores: 49-46, 50-44, 50-45. All of those are somewhat understandable. There was probably a 10-8 round, maybe that 5th round by Colby. So you could understand that score. The 50-45, you could understand sort of Colby winning all the rounds. And then the 49-46, I'm guessing, and I have not seen the judges' scorecards, I'm going to guess that what happened was that one of the judges gave Jorge round 4, where he briefly dropped Colby Covington. Okay, what is the story of this fight? I mean, I don't think any of us were super confused about what we might see here or what different games the guys had and how they all might match up. Jorge, I think, what was this, his 50th fight or something? He's got a ton of experience. He's 37 years old. We'll talk about that in just a minute because I do think that part is relevant. And Colby, we know, obviously, sort of a volume striker at times, but obviously, wrestling is his game, scrambling, particularly against the fence, although he can do it in open space as well, and then really kind of controlling through transition, top position, right? That's really where he shines. This fight was, in many ways, a lot like the Lawler fight. With Lawler, it wasn't, I should say this, for 2 rounds, it was like the Lawler fight, where he had Jorge on an elbow or something like that, and he would basically be like sitting on a hip, threatening that rear naked choke. Not really threatening it, but Jorge couldn't like fully ignore it, because if you fully ignore it, then he might actually really try and sink it in. But by itself was never very close. I mean, he was off on the side, he was over the jaw, and again, you submit people from over the jaw, but I don't know if Colby's all that good at it. But yeah, and it doesn't matter. The point is that you have to take it seriously, so it affects the whole transition and your ability to do anything about it, because you have to bail to even worse positions to get out of it, which he then uses to advance, and then on and on and on and on. Not a ton of ground and pound in those 2 rounds. I think the 1st and the 5th looked a lot like that. Again, I missed parts of the 2nd. The 4th, Colby did a little bit more trading since he got dropped. Maybe the 3rd, too, you could say that about. Although in the 3rd, I think he was doing a lot of damage from guard. There was some nice elbows from Colby where he was actually in guard, throwing some heavy ground and pound. That is I'm not going to say it's a new wrinkle, because he had it before he got to the elite stage. But when he got to the elite stage, some of it went away. And so bringing that back was pretty important and a pretty good job. So in many ways, like, the fight kind of played out, I don't know exactly like anyone thought, but it, not too dissimilar from the majority of what folks had said was, these are the likeliest outcomes. You got something along those lines, not especially surprising. In fact, I tweeted this, and I think it's really true. He was by far the better wrestler, by far the better grappler, and in this particular case, by far the better fighter tonight. Colby Covington earned that victory, and did it with a little bit of adversity. Not a ton, but some. And did it showing... Well, I said I didn't learn anything new. I'll walk that back a little bit. Some of the ground and pound, again, not new, but like the ability for him to weave that in against a better opponent is somewhat new. But I think in general, like, I didn't get one of the knocks on Colby has been that up until tonight he didn't have a win over an existing ranked welterweight. Now this win changes that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I feel like, okay, maybe there's some slight differences, but I didn't get a better sense based off of this victory in terms of how he matches up with the rest of the division, in terms of what I already knew. Right, in terms of what you already knew about how Colby matches up with Leon Edwards, how Colby matches up with Gilbert Burns, how Colby matches up with, we'll see what happens with Chimaev or whatever. You had a certain conception about what that might look like. Did tonight in any way change anything? Did you find some new wrinkle about him that you think might be really relevant for those contests? Perhaps you could find something at the margins, but there was nothing super significant. Not that every fight needs to be. Again, it almost sounds pejorative. I don't mean it in that way. I'm just sort of saying, like, it was a good victory. It was a dominant victory in almost every way. But it wasn't like the kind of victory where you walked away being like, man, like, he's really, with the way in which he's operating these days, he's really going to put it on the rest of the division. You might have said that before the fight, and I got killed on Twitter for saying I thought he was the second best welterweight. Sort of like Kamaru Usman's like only real rival. And the argument again was that he didn't have a win over a top 15 welterweight at the time. I guess I will sort of concede that I don't have a clear picture. Maybe, perhaps you do. I do not have a clear picture in my mind in terms of how he matches up with Gilbert, other than what I saw from him previously. All right, let's talk about some of the details of the fight. Let me pull some of the stats up if I can. Okay. So what does Colby usually average? He usually averages strikes landed 4 per minute, so 25-minute fight. Let's see, how many did he actually land? Just 94, so pretty low for him. Well, no, not that low actually. A little on the below average side. How many takedowns did he get? 6 of 15. Jesus Christ. 3 of 5 in the first. That was dominant. 0 of 2 in the second, and again, I didn't see a minute of that round. You got 1 of 2 in the third, 0 of 4 in the fourth, and then 2 of 2 in the fifth. Now, what's also interesting is the control time. So the control time for Colby, and again, this can also count like when you're pressing an opponent into the fence. It's not just on top. They gave him 16 minutes and 14 seconds of the fight, man. That is a lot of time for Jorge to be fighting from a defensive standpoint. Again, you might be like, well, what does it mean that Colby was pressing him into the fence and it counts for control time if he's not like throwing punches or the takedown hasn't been established? Right. By itself at that moment, it doesn't mean a whole lot. But when you look at the accumulative effect of what happens the longer he stays, Jorge Masvidal stays in those defensive positions, they're not calamities per se, and that they, he just implodes all of a sudden. But Colby builds a lot of offense from them, not necessarily all at once, but over time for sure. There's a lot of times where you would see Colby grab the single leg and then run it, right? Because it's one thing to try and take your opponent down against the fence. It's another when they have to like start balancing and then using their hands, instinctually or otherwise, to balance off of what you're trying to do to them. And he changes directions on takedowns. Colby he's a handful. He's a handful, man. So I thought you saw a lot of the older stuff in terms of control and the kinds of control that he pursues. Again, a little bit more ground and pound. Winning the scrambles constantly. A couple of things that Jorge really did in that fight. I guess, was it the fourth round where he did it? I can't remember now. He drops him in the fourth. That part I remember. But then, that's right. Then he tries to engage with Colby on the ground rather than backing up. I was like, dude, you saw it a few times, man. Jorge Masvidal is a good wrestler. Like, he's a good wrestler. His overall body of work in terms of matching up with respected, credentialed peers in terms of defensive or offensive wrestling has shown him to be not wanting. He is quite good. He is quite good. But when you've got a guy like Colby who has been wrestling as long as he has and has made it a central feature, not merely of his game, but to an extent of his identity. He talks about the community. He identifies himself as such and his proud background and everything else, right? When you've got a guy like that, man, there's just, it's, you know, yes, I grant that there are the St. Pierres out there and some other ones perhaps, but that is such a difficult thing to manage. And also, Colby's not like a Yoel Romero type wrestler, which is freestyle, folk style, but more than that, dude, Colby's a good mat wrestler, right? The guys, there's wrestling on the feet, and then there's wrestling in those sort of scrambly, kind of tied up positions once everyone is, both competitors are in a downed position. Colby excels at that. Excels at that. You know, I thought some of his entries were a little bit, you know, when he was reaching with some of those like long-range right hands, and I was like, man, he might get countered with some of that stuff, but he didn't. He managed to work through it, and then when he gets you on the floor, dude, he's all over you like white on rice. So you can either pull full guard on him, and he had actually pretty good ground and pound from there, or you can try and like scramble through it, and that's when he doesn't really have good ground and pound, but he doesn't really need it because he's got really good control. That's sort of the choice you're really left with. You can fight him on the feet like Jorge did, and you can see that Jorge had some success, although Colby had some success too. We'll talk about that as well. But that's really the choice that he presented Jorge in this fight. You could try and play a jiu-jitsu game from full guard or like a stall-out game with the referee, but then you're going to get a lot of ground and pound. Or you cannot do that, and you won't get ground and pound as much, but you will be completely having your weight ripped out from under you. You got big brother by the end of that fifth round there a little bit. That's a tough choice, man. It's a tough choice to do that, to play that game, one or the other, for 16 minutes and 14 seconds in a 25-minute fight. Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough assignment, man. That's a tough way to get that. His takedown defense in the total aggregate looked quite good, right? He defended, 9 of 15 takedowns, but not enough to matter. Colby got takedowns again in the first, in the third, and then in the fifth rounds. He offered in the second and the fourth. I guess you could say those were the two best ones. Again, I'm not sure how to score the second. I think some people did give that to Jorge. So I guess maybe that's the one they gave to him. Now that I walked that back, I was thinking out loud that maybe it was the judges, who one of the judges that gave him the fourth round for dropping Colby, but that was largely Colby's round other than that moment. And he didn't like fall, have his head hit. He kind of went to a knee, popped right back up. So I didn't think, I'm actually, if they didn't score that one for him, that's probably correct, because the better one may have been the second, based on what I saw from people who were in the arena who are also professionally scoring. It's not professional. In their professional occupation, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, I did want to talk about a bit about, well, actually, let me finish on Colby here for a second. So where does he go next? He calls out Dustin Poirier and then proceeds to, he was kind of screaming, so like I think a lot of it got missed. Sitting there insulting his wife and then bringing up his kids, which I need to double check that because he was mumblicious and I missed a lot of that, I'm sure. But it did sound like he was going after his wife by name or by description, and then by going after his kids, which is just like, I mean, I can't believe we're doing this, but whatever. I don't know if Dustin will take that or wants that or whatever. I don't know what that is. But if Colby's going to stick around, I had advocated to, if Colby wins, which he did, to give the fight to Kamaru. But I guess what UFC's probably going to do, because here's the thing, like there was a little bit of booze throughout some of that fight when Colby was kind of, again, not stalling it out, but when the fight kind of ground to a halt in a few moments. I thought if he had been a little bit more dominant, that maybe there was a time where he was kind of blitzkrieging Jorge with punches. I should talk about that as well. But the point I'm trying to make is I thought they might give him a title shot. I don't think this was that kind of performance, so that's probably out. But what I think might be possible is the winner of Chimaev Burns. Because if Chimaev beats Burns, it's like it's the most validating of wins in terms of the kind of like, if you wanted to discover something about someone and they had to fight someone like Gilbert Burns, you would learn a lot about them, right? Because Gilbert Burns is super well-rounded, or at least you could learn a lot about them. But I don't think by itself that's sufficient for Chimaev to get a title shot. Although who the hell knows if he goes in there and just ragdolls him, anything's possible. But probably they're going to have to see each other at some point. So that's what I guess what I would imagine would be next, and how that goes, anyone's guess. Or if Gilbert wins, I guess that would be next. I do want to talk about the striking a little bit. Colby gets into a little bit of trouble at times because he will brawl and then just stand in the pocket a little flat-footed for sort of and not just that, but like give and take flat-footed. Like he might roll with something a little bit. He does actually do a pretty good job of like blocking and rolling with things at times, sometimes anyway. But not with that right hook that Jorge landed. But it's when he does that, when he gets pulled into that you versus me kind of shoving match with his feet planted in the pocket, when he kind of is pushing the other guy back, or doing some kind of setup and then landing and then throwing and then moving away or changing or resetting, I tend to think he actually has a bit more success. There was that one moment of blitzing with punches. I think that was, was it round 4? At the early part of round 4, it's the round with the highest output for Colby. He landed 33 significant strikes. Now that is very high for him, at least especially without any takedowns. He went 0 for 4 in that round, so he didn't get any takedowns, and he only had, I say only, but he had 2 minutes of control time there. But he managed to land 33 significant strikes. I think it was that round. If not, please don't get too upset with me. So I do think it has real utility. It's just he gets himself into some trouble with that, with that quite literally the trading. It's worth talking about Masvidal a little bit here, on a few different ways. One, Masvidal is, I think, 37. When is his birthday? Masvidal's birthday is November, so he won't be 38 till November, so he's got some time. But 37, I would not say is necessarily over the hill for welterweight, but it is on, it's not young. It's a little bit on the older side. Jorge looked a little older to me tonight. I have great respect for his career. I've always had great respect for his career. I continue to. I don't know if anyone knows this. I think I had the first interview with Jorge right when he got, maybe the first or the second one. No, it may have been the first one. I interviewed Jorge, I think, like within days of his return from that game show he was on. And it was fortuitous. Like we hadn't heard from him, and my producer was like, "Hey, what's Jorge up to?" We hadn't heard from him, so we hit him up, and I think it was, this had been just days after, a very close proximity. And I've really always just believed he was a really quality fighter all the way around. I do think that age is beginning to play a factor in his performance. I'm not here to say that doesn't mean he can't win again, or won't beat somebody good, or can't have moments of brilliance, because he did have some moments of brilliance in this particular fight. But it looked to me like there's a certain nimbleness of movement that was missing. Granted, Colby was making him wrestle a ton, so there's some obviously real factors about that. But the way in which, like, Jorge was kind of wearing the punches a little bit more than usual, and just on the back foot a little bit more. And this is what's the ultimate sign that someone is shop worn? It's when they don't throw back. That's not him. He's not shop worn. He's throwing back. He dropped Colby in the 4th, for crying out loud. So he's not like at that level. I don't mean to suggest as much. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can be, but I don't think it's fair to be like, oh, age doesn't play a role in his performance. I think it does at this point. Exacerbated by the particular strengths of Colby Covington and the particular ways in which he applied them here, for sure. But 37 is not young. It's not young for 170 pounds. And so, I don't know that. I don't know what's next for Jorge. I don't know what he's going to do, because he's probably gonna seek a Conor fight or a Nate fight, or who knows, something along those lines. But I think that I had never seen Jorge. You could say maybe in the Usman fight, but it didn't really go long enough, and the ending was so shocking. You were like, wow. But Jorge made his debut. They mentioned in 2003, in Fort Lauderdale, and Jesus Christ. I mean, the guy's record is 35-16, to say nothing of however many street fights he had or sparring sessions and tough training days. It's a lot of wear and tear on the body. It's a lot of damage overall. I think some of that played a bit of a role today. Now, that doesn't diminish what Colby did. As I mentioned, Jorge is still, will always be a quality fighter given certain ways you measure it, but I think is still a quality fighter. And so that's a quality win. It's a quality win. But you just have to ask about the long term. How much longer is there left, not merely in Masvidal's career, but more specifically beating and fighting guys in the top 15 in like really competitive ways? Probably a little while longer, but at 38, 39, that's a hard place to be at 170 pounds in the top 10, top 15, top 5. It's hard to do. Very, very hard to do. So he had his moments. He was hooking with a hooker there. That's how he landed that right hand. That was just instinctual. Good. I doubt he really thought through it. It was just probably natural for him to throw that given the circumstance. He landed it. It was perfect. It whipped Colby's chin all the way around. Great shot. There was a lot of good body kicks he was able to land. I liked a lot of that from him. Some of the leg kicks early, he got away from them, but of course you have to make some choices about what you can throw and what you couldn't throw. He was trying to get the teep going. Never really seemed to work all that well. He does have good defense for the most part. Like, he doesn't get, that was Colby Covington doing work tonight, but in general, he doesn't get super overwhelmed positionally. But what you can see is this has been sort of one of the knocks on Jorge's career in terms of performance, which is, think about the Demi and Maia fight, right? In the Demi and Maia fight, like, Jorge didn't get his ass kicked by any stretch, but he got positionally controlled, and then the fight, he was just never really able to get out of it. That has been something of a lingering issue for him. Again, not bad wrestling, but the really good grappler types, and of course Maia's not a wrestler type, but a grappler type, they have the ones who can like spam him with these repeated attempts and then can work through scrambles in a more complete way through the chain of attacks. They have found ways to neutralize Jorge, is I think the way I would describe that. They neutralize him. And Colby was able to take it a step further, but you get the idea. There were long parts of that fight, which is why the control time was at 16 minutes and 14 seconds, where Jorge was on the defense and not getting torn up. Those chokes from Colby, again, we've been over this a little bit, but Jorge was not super worried about them. Not ignoring them, but not super worried about them. But so, there was a lot of time where he was just kind of still in it, but he couldn't really ever get going to anything. Maybe it didn't get a whole lot worse a lot of the time, but you were just stuck. You're just stuck right there. I'll never forget, this was, I remember this from Strikeforce, from the Paul Daly and Tyron Woodley fight. And I was like, okay, dude, Paul Daly in that fight did a really good job of stopping, of not giving up the takedown in ways that he had in previous fights. But Tyron had him glued to that thing. Glued to it. So always remember, it is one thing to stop the takedown, like you have not been taken down. It is quite another to then create separation off the fence. Jorge did that a few times. But this is when I get back to the age thing. It's like, the urgency, the nimbleness to circle back to center, it just wasn't there. He seemed, partly, again, Colby drained the gas tank, but he seemed a little bit more content to just kind of wait for Colby to bring the fight to him and then see if he could do something about it once it was there. That's a tough way to fight Colby Covington, man. And it's also equally difficult to take the fight to him, but just accepting that he's going to be sort of leading the dance a little bit, it just puts you on the back foot, metaphorically and in many cases quite literally. Let me see if there's any other stats that stand out about this fight. Let's look at the targeting. Man, Colby Covington is a headhunter. 89% of his targeted strikes to the head. 89. 1% to the leg, 9% to the body. For the Jorge Masvidal, 56% to the head, 14% to the body, 28% to the leg. So he did actually distribute the attacks a little bit more effectively. or a little bit more, I should say. There's a little bit more diversity, but Colby really had Colby's overall volume. Wow, Jesus. Overall total strike volume. So some of this didn't land. A good portion of it, as a matter of fact. But in terms of just output, 338 for Colby. Jorge Masvidal, just 166. Now, effective is even worse. Good Lord. Well, actually, it's about the same. 218 total strikes landing for Colby. Significant, just 94. Just 90 for Jorge Masvidal. So you had 338 to 166, and then 218 to 90. It's just too much. I mean, just look at these numbers. 16 minutes and 14 seconds of control time. 1 sub-attempt, 1 reversal, 6 takedowns, 338 attempted strikes, 218 of which landed, and 94 of which were significant over the course of 25 minutes. That's just too much offense. He's just doing it's just too, that's just way too much, I think, for a lot of guys to deal with. By contrast, look at the numbers for Jorge, 21 seconds of control time, credited with no reversals, no sub-attempts, no takedown attempts, just 166 total strikes attempted, 90 landing, just 67 of them as significant strikes. That's a lot less work. Again, in part because he was put on the defensive standpoint, but that's what I mean. Colby just fucking layers it on top of it. We treat these rounds as we're supposed to, if we judge them, each one is an individual round. There's no such thing as like, well, this and that. I find different ways to judge it. No, once the round is over, that is it. It is in the books. They go to the next one, same thing. Right? But Colby doesn't have to worry about that. He's not judging the fight. He's fighting the fight. So what he does is he doesn't, when the round is over, yes, when the new round begins, it just feels like he just is constantly putting his thumb on the scale of the fight, dumping offense on top and on top and on top and on top. And look at the face of Masvidal at the end of the fight. He didn't look too beat up, but he looked like he was just so sick of it, so worn down, so thoroughly overwhelmed. That's what Colby does. It's each moment, each round by itself is not like some kind of highlight reel come to life. But the stat sheet at the end, is just this fucking tidal wave of offense. And this isn't even the most I've ever seen. Like, go back to his Lawler fight, dude. So go back to Colby Covington's Lawler fight. In that fight, I mean, look at this. In that fight, right? That was how many rounds was that? Was that 5 rounds as well? I can't even remember anymore, yes. He didn't have as much control time, 8 minutes and 43 seconds. But he had 10 of 18 takedowns, 541 attempted strikes, 201 of which he landed, 179 of which were significant. Dude, it's just an avalanche. It's an avalanche. Slow-moving avalanche at certain times, but it's an avalanche. And that's what he does. That's how he wins. That's just how he wins. He ratchets it up, and let me see if I can see here one more thing with these stats if I can. Yeah, he actually, you know what? That in terms of total strikes attempted, right? For Colby Covington, in terms of total strikes attempted, round 5 was his second most. Round 3 would have been his most attempted. Most significant would be round 4. So in the 5th round, he's putting out almost as much as his peak amount of volume, and he was 2 for 2 on takedown. Probably would have had more if Jorge could have fought him off a little bit more nimbly. With 4 minutes and 34 seconds of control time. He is a sheet of ice. He is a sheet of ice. That is what he is. I mean, you can like Colby, or you can not like Colby. See what the fans are turning in his direction. You can like that fact, or you can hate that fact. The guy can fucking fight, man. He can fight, and it's not the highlight reel kind of fighting, but it is at the end. God damn. It's like looking at the bill after drinking all night. You're like, we drank all that shit? It's like, who had the shots of Jaeger? When were the shots of Jaeger? I don't even remember this. And who had the Patron? Who's the fucking asshole who ordered Patron? You look at your bill, you're like, I can't afford all this. Right. That's what it is. Each glass, you know, is one thing by itself. But cumulatively, you and your friends, fuck me, what happened here? He is the bill at the end of the night. That's what Colby is, man. He is. You looking at it like, waiter, garçon, bring that fucking check, and you're like, when's that whole thing? And then you look at it, you're like, fuck my life. Holy shit. And that bill comes due in real time. So, you know, I'll walk back a little bit about not learning a whole lot new. There wasn't a whole lot new. There was a little bit that was new. I don't know exactly that I have a clearer sense about how he matches up with the rest of the division. I think he'll probably end up fighting the winner of Burns versus Chimaev, but that's hard to say based on the Dustin Poirier sweepstakes. For Jorge, as I mentioned before, I think it was the first fight I ever felt where age was playing a factor. And it'll be very interesting to see what kind of his matchmaking looks like from here, given the age, what kind of fights make sense for him monetarily, but who's available. It's going to be interesting to see. All right, let's talk about that co-main event. Again, if you have questions, I put up a thread on Twitter. You can just go there, and I will get to them at the end of this. Let's talk about this one. Wow. Rafael dos Anjos defeats Renato Moicano. 49-45, 49-44, 50-44. Again, I think that scoring makes sense. Starting from the back here, 50-44, you would say he won all the rounds, and one of them, I forget which round it was, round 3, where he beat the fucking dog shit out of him. And then the other ones, 49-45, 49-44, you would still have the 10-8 round in the 44 case there. But I'm guessing they may have given Moicano the 5th because he kind of rallied a little bit. And then there was 49-45, 4 rounds to 1 for RDA. So all of those are conceivable. You can understand them. I don't know what it's going to take for an MMA corner to save their guy, short of someone dying in front of them. I don't know what it will take, honestly. I've had this debate with a lot of people. So if the fight goes like this, Rafael dos Anjos was supposed to fight Rafael Fiziev. It fell out, so Moicano fills in on like 4 or 5 days' notice. Something admirable, but inadvisable. Does it anyway, and through the course of it, starts strong early in the first, but gets taken down and controlled. Continues more of that in the second, and then the third just gets absolutely fucking beaten like a drum. Dropped, pounded. I thought for sure they were going to stop it. They didn't. Then he goes to his corner, and I thought they might do it. They didn't. He comes back out for the 4th, which for the most part was a bad round for him, but not terrible, right up until the end, and then it got bad again. And I thought, okay, there's no way they're going to let him out for the 4th, because he came out for for the 5th. He came out with a 4th, and his eye was all fucked, and he lied his way through it, which, every fighter, a lot of fighters do if they don't tell the doctor the truth about what they're seeing. Think about that for a second. Imagine you had an illness, right? Not immediately detectable, or you had some kind of symptoms, but you weren't telling the doctor what you had. In fact, you were outright lying to him. Your doctor would make a very inaccurate diagnosis, right? The doctor is, in this case and in every case, they are, to do their job effectively, unless you have some kind of hideous, visible injury, they are reliant upon you to tell the truth. But if you don't tell the truth, again, they have a lot of ways of not knowing better. Whatever. Anyway. So he inspected it coming out for the 4th. I thought, okay, coming out for the 5th, there's just no way. There's just no way. They're not going to let this happen. And they did. And now Mark Goddard did tell Moicano, you need to show me something in the first 30 seconds or I'm stopping this. And again, that was Moicano's, maybe his best round. That may have been the only round he got on 2 of those judges' scorecards. I mean, this is such a problem. They could have called that fight easily after the 3rd. You took the fight. Moicano was talented, but he has no wins on his record over an opponent the likes of RDA, number 1. Not many people do, but he doesn't. Then you add in the fact that he takes his fight on 5 days' notice. Then you add in the fact that this dude's been like put out a few times. You know, I don't know if he's taken like a shit ton of damage, but he's not taken a negligible amount before this fight even started. And he is down 3 rounds, having nearly been stopped at the end of the 3rd. And his opponent is in full control, super skilled, and very experienced. And they just let it go. It's like, dude, you can look at everything he takes from the beginning of the 4th to the end of the fight and realize all of that didn't need to happen. You would have gotten the exact, well, not the exact same result in terms of decision versus stoppage, but an L just the same. And they let it go. And I hear all these arguments all the time, and they're just all fucking bullshit constantly. I don't care how experienced the corner is. I really don't. In fact, this is the argument that they trot out all the time. The argument that they trot out is, well, his corner knows, or him or her, his corner knows him better. They're going to be in a better position to make a decision about their welfare. Not true. That statement is not even fucking close to true. If that was true, then how would you ever have deaths in combat sports? If the people who are cornering them there are best situated to make a medical choice for them, we wouldn't be having these problems now, would we? Because that is not true, we have problems. In fact, it is the absence of that statement being even remotely fucking true that we have that problem. It is true that they know them better, of course. None of us know those individual fighters better. That part is true. But that doesn't equal I make better decisions for your health and safety weighed against your relative expectations for outcomes. In fact, that's exactly where it gets inverted. Because they love them so much, or like them so much, or respect them so much, and often there can be a fighter pay dynamic or whatever, they will say, I've asked many coaches who have not stopped fights after the fact. By the way, a lot of them regret it. Off the record, a lot of them regret it. Number 2, what they say is, you know, I love this person, but the reality ends up being that because they love them, they see them in this way where they want to never deny. They don't want to be that person that denies them this chance at success, and they've seen them at their best. So they have this, they have a warped perspective about how accessible that excellence is, right? If this is why it's like, here's how silly this argument is. Those people in their corner, yes, they know them better, and they're going to give them a lot of times, in a competitive bout, they are the ones best situated to give them. Not just because they're there, but even if they weren't there, they're the best ones to give them strategic advice. But dude, these people are very biased, right? By definition. I am biased towards my wife and her. I have a view of my wife that might be higher than what other people have by virtue of the fact that she is my life partner and I love her and all that stuff, right? Like, I believe in the utmost of her. And I hope that my version is accurate, but I would imagine there might be other people who don't share that same feeling of affection for her or anybody else that may see things in a very different way. They are going to see their fighter in the absolute best light, no matter how bad it gets. And that is why it gets fucking dangerous. This idea that MMA corners, because they train with these people and they live with these people and they sweat with these people and they bleed with these people, that makes them the ones best situated to either throw the fight or not the fight, to either throw it or not, to the towel, is the opposite of the truth. It actually biases them towards that fighter's strengths while ignoring the present. It does the opposite. So I'm going to keep saying this. These guys, you watch fights long enough. I know a lot of you will probably have been watching fights a long time, but I'm going to guess that there's an equal amount of you that have not been watching fights all that long. Well, let me tell you how this movie ends. I have watched so many rotations of careers begin, middle, and end, and exit. And let me tell you something: the fighters on the exit side of things have a lot of regrets about a lot of the damage. Some of them don't, by the way. That's not universally true, but it's truer than you might imagine, especially if the money's not there at the end. And this lack of preservation in MMA for this all-out effort to just like, we're just going to fetishize winning so much that, of course, you know, winning is, I mean, it's, you know, it's the most important thing, but it's not the only thing. It is not the only thing. It is of supreme importance. It is what makes the industry go round. But we're just not doing enough to protect these guys, period. It's not happening. So Moicano got 10 minutes of damage that didn't need to happen. So I guess, congrats. Dos Anjos looked to be in Dos Anjos shape. He looked to be, you know, not an ounce of fat on him. You know, I don't mean that quite literally, but of course, he was in phenomenal shape. His wrestling saved, I won't say saved him, but it drove his winning effort here. His great top control, great ground and pound. I do think that I agree with the commentators that he was kind of letting off the gas after the third a little bit and was staying busy. Now Moicano, to his credit, because he is tough as fuck, came to life in the fifth. I hope folks don't think that that means that this validates anything, because it doesn't. It doesn't mean shit. I mean, it certainly validates how tough we can say he is and what kind of determination he has. I mean, this is what I've brought this up before. This is what the term gameness means, or where Jorge Masvidal, as a matter of fact, gets his name, game bred. It's essentially a description of the same thing. Gameness, pursuit of the fight despite the physical consequences. That is the definition. Pursuit of the fight despite the physical consequences. Boy, does Renato Moicano have that times a billion. Times a billion. I take my hat off to him, but that shit did not need to happen. Nothing meaningful or helpful was accomplished by that. So I hope that what Moicano gets from this is a full camp. I hope he gets a little bit of extra money and a suitable opponent that, you know, obviously he just blitzed through Hernandez. He was due for an upgrade at 155, but all of this was asking a lot, man. It was asking a lot. You're coming in, you're flying from South America to North America on short notice, and you got to fight Rafael Dos Anjos, like. And after the third, the fight could have been stopped in the third, and by the just luck of what the referee saw, it didn't, and they let it go 10 more minutes. For what, man? For what? For what? Oh, so he could, you know. So you didn't take that from him. You know, he had the chance to fight it out and go out on his shield. Yeah, man, that ain't the job. That ain't the job. And if you watch fights long enough, you really realize that ain't the job. One more note about this. Another thing about damage. It will change guys. Now, it's like ring rust. It doesn't change every guy every time in every situation. But, you know, and to that point, RDA's actually taking a lot of damage, and he is just still a hammer. But I've seen a lot of fights where people were not the same afterwards, man. I'm not saying Moicano will be that way. But you put enough of these together, like, you know, I'm not saying this about Brian Ortega, but if he had another fight like the Holloway or the Volk fights, then I would be really concerned at that point. That's just an overwhelming amount of damage. I hope Moicano can avoid a fate like that. Bryce Mitchell defeats Edson Barboza and does so. This is amazing. 30-25, 30-26, 30-27. Again, you can understand the scorecards. I'm guessing the third round was a clear 10-8. Second round, yeah, I don't know if I'd give that. Or maybe they gave the first round a 10-8. I'm not really sure how they got the 25, but it doesn't really matter. This was supposed to be Bryce Mitchell's toughest fight, and on paper it was. Edson Barboza represented a class of opponent that he had not faced yet. It ended up looking more like something approximating a showcase fight. Now, it wasn't quite that, but, dude, Bryce Mitchell was, of anyone, well, Holland had a nice day or two, but I thought the most memorable performance on this card, quite frankly, was Mitchell. Certainly on the main card. You know, Spivak did. I mean, there were some good There were some good finishes. I don't want to take that away from Spivak and Holland. But you know, Mitchell just really shined tonight. He stayed out of trouble for the most part, right? Pressured and cage cut Edson Barboza consistently. And when he got into wrestling scenarios, dude, he was unstoppable. Barboza couldn't do anything to him. Dude, the timing on Bryce Mitchell's shots are excellent, and his penetration to the hips is so fucking good. Dude, he had his hands clasped together underneath the rear end of Barboza before Barboza even knew what the fuck hit him. His level change is good, his shot is quick, and then once he gets to the mat, man, this is what all the top grapplers do. They force these impossible choices. They force choices between submissions and punches or other kinds of strikes. They force choices about rolling a certain direction and exposing something. But if you don't do that, then they'll just go and take something else positionally, right? If you don't give up X, I'm going to move to half. If you don't give up something from half, whatever he wants, some kind of grip, whatever. And then punching, if you don't turn away. If you punch you from half and you turn away, I might take it back. If you don't turn away, I might pass to knee on belly. Like, he's just constantly making you think about, if I don't take this, I have to take that. There was one time he hit one of the doubles on Barboza. Barboza tries to stand. Mitchell shelves it on his hip, that's like good level right there, dude. People knowing how to shelf. And then on top of it, then reaches for the post hand and pulled it out, dude. I was like, yeah, they'll put it on your ass. That was impressive, man. And you know what? He didn't make any mistakes in this fight. Nothing super significant. He made calculated, smart, I'm going to say careful, not risk-averse, but careful decisions about timing his entries, planning them, getting underneath the punches of his opponent, and then once he got his opponent down, doing Bryce Mitchell things. By the way, not getting super greedy either. Like, kind of taking what Barboza was giving him. Barboza had an inexplicable game plan or some kind of injury, or I don't understand. He also might be wearing it, by the way. Like, you know, obviously on the feet he throws back, but to not have any offense except that one kind of triangle at the end of the third, there's just not enough there. There's not enough there. He was just locking up full guard. I was like, dude, this ain't 2007 or whatever, man. You know, you gotta do a little bit more than that. But Bryce Mitchell didn't get super greedy with it. Now at the end there, he was kind of hammering him. But the point I'm trying to make here is there was long stretches where he was happy to sit in Barboza's guard because, you know, obviously to pass, if someone's holding full, you need to break that guard, which you can do, obviously, and many people do, but breaking that guard could potentially lead to, and then there were times, by the way, where I realized that Barboza was working from open guard. I just mean to say he didn't get greedy about passing. He pursued passing at times that it was advantageous to him, but he did not get greedy with the passing. He didn't necessarily need to. If you can tell your opponent is just going to like collar tie and overhook and then put on full guard, he was just like, okay, I'll just beat you up from here. And then to the extent that he had to do a little bit more, he did that as well. He was constantly threatening Mount. Dude, here's a good sign. Here's what you might want to look for on these top-level grapplers, these guys who force impossible choices. No matter what you do, you're giving up something, right? Guys like Bryce Mitchell. Look at how much they incorporate Mount. Mount was lost for long stretches of the 2010s. I mean, you would see it, of course, but it didn't play a prominent role relative to what it played in the aughts, right? A lot of times, I remember when I watched MMA where guys would get Mount, and that was the game over position. You were like, not the literal game over position, which is a different position, but the leg lock position. But like, it was game over. You were like, oh, that guy's fucked, you know? And it still obviously represents a significant threat, but the point I'm trying to make about Bryce Mitchell is that maybe he gets to Mount, maybe he doesn't. But do you notice what he does all the time? He threatens it. He threatens it constantly. Dude, if you're underneath the grappling of Bryce Mitchell, the fucking last thing that you want is that dude in mount, right? And so you're going to have to push and shrimp and get to a hip and get to an elbow and get to a shoulder and everything else you need to do. And you're going to have to push on the leg, and he's going to light you up when you do it, right? So there's your choice. I have a choice. Bryce Mitchell is about to achieve full mount. I think he hit 3/4 mount and then hit it. So here's my choice. I can put 2 hands on his knee, and I can shrimp, and I can recapture half. But if I do that, he's going to light my face on fire with his fists. Well, guess that's just the choice. Or you can just give up the mount fully and let him have it. But you can't do that either. So it's give up the mount or get your face plastered. That was a great performance by Bryce Mitchell, man. That was a great performance. Let me look at some of these stats. Let me see how much control time he had. I bet he had a metric ton of it. Oh, man. In a 15-minute fight, he had 11 minutes and 28 seconds. Wow. Takedowns, 4 of 4. He didn't miss one of them. Didn't have a ton of strikes. He attempted 182, but he landed 182 of 209, which by itself is pretty good. But significant, 34, so it's pretty low. Minimum targeting. Yeah, 82% to the head, 43% to the legs, excuse me, for Barboza, 37% to the body. 11% of the body correction. Dude, I'm not bad to say about that. Yeah, no performance perfect, but that was. You guys know how I felt about that fight before. I didn't really know. I was like, right? I could have seen a win for either guy. So Mitchell winning is no way surprising. But I will say, you know, he's got better wins. He's got in the sense that he's got a twister on his record, you know, that kind of thing. But this might be the best example of. This is the greatest full demonstration. This performance is his most. You know, and still grappling heavy, obviously, but. Hey, oh, how am I leaving this out? He fucking dropped Barbo in round 1. I think it was a straight. I think it was a left. I think it was a right. I can't remember what. The moment I have to go back and forth. And he dropped him. Barboza never saw it coming. You know, and he was able to use those level changes and take down threat. Set that kind of stuff up, and he did it perfectly. Dude, that was great. That was great. Unfortunately, stuff afterwards, but giving some money away. I don't know how advisable that is, but it's certainly a very charitable act. So I hope it worked out for him financially. But I also like to see fighters give back to their local communities. That's the best thing to see. I made a point also about this fight not being in Miami. You know, is Bryce Mitchell, is he ever going to get a UFC fight in Arkansas? Think about that for a second, right? If he was a boxer, he would. If he was a boxer, he would. He would have a homecoming fight. He would have some guy who was clearly the B-side. And he would have a fight in Little Rock or some other place, you know, that was suitable. Would he ever get a fight in UFC in Arkansas? Possible. Possible. Extremely. So that kind of stuff kills me. But Bryce Mitchell to me had the you know, everyone's going to say something that may have been more standout. This was the most standout. This is the one I'm going to remember. Okay. Well, quick results. We'll spend more time on this. Go full on MK, which is live at 11 a.m. in the East on Mondays. Very quickly, Kevin Holland defeating Alex Oliveira. Came out not shit-talking at all. You know, he was brawling. When he was brawling, it was nice, but he was getting hurt a little bit. And his corner said, you look a little flat when you're not brawling. A, stop brawling, and B, when you're not brawling, you look a little flat. And I thought that was, like, right on the money. Because he was being, you know, when he's doing the whole shit-talking thing, it's like the forge is too hot, right? And then when he was doing what he was doing today, the forge was cold. He was out there in a second. He got a fucking knockout. I think he faked a high double jab with the left, but he stutter steps into it, and he had a high left hand. I think he double jabbed it again. I'm going strictly off of memory. I would have to review the tape. But he did have a high left hand, and he did stutter step. Oliveira tries to evade and gets out of the way. But of course, this is all just a setup. It's a trick. So he is baiting and tricking Oliveira into going there, and he intercepts him with a right hand. clean. And that stumbles him. And then Colin follows up with some elbows that came from Mount Olympus. Just laying into Alex Oliveira. There was nothing to do. They called that at 38 seconds of round number 2. This is such a better weight class for Kevin Collins. I know he started a little slow in round 1. His corner shook him up, woke him up, saw the result. Dude, that kid is talented. Really talented. I know that he did look flat in the first, but the fact that he looked in the second is great, and I think that won't necessarily be an issue going forward. And I like that he's fighting smart. I like it, even if it cost him the first round a little bit here in this contest. I still think that's the right pivot. I think he's a smart enough fighter to make that pivot. Not every fighter is. He is smart enough to make that pivot. The corner seemed to understand him. They gave him urgent but calm, sober advice. And look at the result, man. I feel bad for Alex Oliveira. He was saying how much he needed money. The guy's got like kids. And how about this one? Let's talk a little bit about this. Sergey Spivak just fucking running. Greg Hardy lasted 2 minutes and 16 seconds before Spivak. Just had his way with him. Spivak has wins over Olenek, Jared, Bandera, Carlos Felipe, and Tai Tuivasa. Wow, he has one of Tai Tuivasa. I don't even remember that. So he's got some nice wins. He does have a loss to Tom Aspinall. Aspinall is a beast. And Marquis Pedro and Walt Harris. So he's been a little bit up and down. He's had some good moments. He's had some not so good moments. He's obviously a talented guy. He did have the world's biggest widow peak prior to scoring his head. Let me explain something to you about world record. I don't understand how that is a combat ready. 290 pounds. I've been 290 pounds a couple of times in my life. It's not a very comfortable weight. Now, granted, I'm not an athlete caliber of Greg Hardy, but it just is not. It doesn't look to me like that weight is moving. I'm not saying it's to get down to like 250 or something, but maybe a little bit closer to weigh-in weight, as the broadcast mentioned, for the cut itself, but also on top of that, for some punch. That's the first thing. Second thing is, man, every time Greg fights, I can't keep having conversations about the fact that the guy has domestic abuse in his past and guns and everything. I mean, the guy's got. I don't know what it's like. He certainly had his own issues. I'm trying to divorce myself from that as much as possible, so I can give the fighter Greg Hardy a fair shake. He's 2-3 in his last 5. All the last 3 by stoppage. Now the catch to that is those 3 are Marcin Tybura, who's ranked, Tai Tuivasa, who's ranked, and Sergey Spivak, who's also ranked. So it's not happening scrub. But the problem for me is like that we're just not seeing the kind of development to win at this level. In fact, I don't think he's got a win over anyone currently on the UFC roster, right? Jorgen De Castro, Maurice Green, Juan Adams, and Dmitry Somolikov. None of these guys are on the roster. He only lasted 1 minute and 7 seconds against Tai Tuivasa, which granted Tai's very good, but let me explain something to you. Sergey Spivak's a big guy, right? Greg Hardy's a much bigger guy. Did you notice how easily Spivak was able to move him around? Think about something. If you didn't know how to move someone, and they were that much bigger than you, 40, potentially 50 pounds bigger than you, and you guys were roughly equally skilled in terms of wrestling, which is to say you had whatever it was, the same amount, let's say very little, could you move that person around very easily? No. Fuck no, you wouldn't. You'd actually have a very hard time moving them around. In fact, you probably would. It would go very poorly for you. Now look at what Spivak did in terms of manipulating his weight, moving him around. What does that tell you? That tells you that there is a gigantic difference in skill as it relates to that. He was able to move him in directions to off balance him, where he makes contact with him. Hardy frames, right? This is called a frame. When you put your forearm up against something, he frames it. But notice my elbow when I frame. It's hard to frame and keep a low elbow. A lot of times framing requires, this is, again, it depends what you're framing, but a lot of times a crossface frame requires at least something of an elevated elbow, if not parallel to the ground. But what does that do to your elbow? It exposes all the space underneath, which is what Spivak was looking for to begin with. So he fires an underhook right underneath it, right away. And if someone is good with an underhook, dude, an underhook is I know everyone's like, oh, why is Dominic Cruz talking about underhooks? A lot of people in MMA know the importance of them and use them. You should see what it's like when someone is like a master of the underhook. Dude, they will fucking send you all over that gym. They can pull you, they can off balance you, they can run you for a knee tap, man, they can throw you. They will make your life miserable. He fires an underhook and he pulls him in a direction, and then he pulls him in the opposite direction, and then he hits him with a Harai Goshi from the underhook. Harai Goshi is when you don't have a leg in between their legs. That would be an Uchimata. It's when you have it in, I think it's major outer reap. I forget actually that may be, I forget how the names go, but that might be the sort of guard. But it's when the one leg, imagine just put the broom in front of both of someone's legs. They would fall over the top of it. It's like that. You put one leg across both of theirs, and then you toss them over, and then immediately, what did he do, right? Move to mount. Mount was just something no one pursued because they were spending all their time working on all these other skills, and they were never threatening to mount, so people lost it. Guys like Bryce Mitchell, or in this particular case, Spivak's skill differential over Hardy, allowed them to pursue it. And dude, he goes from there, and then, you know, just annihilated him with strikes to the point where they woke him up, or he looked awake, and then they kind of woke him up, and yet he seemed out of it. It was a weird scene. He's always got weird shit going on in his fight. I don't understand it. Neither here nor there. I'm told this was the last fight on his deal. Let's have to see how that goes. The UFC may retain him, and there are definitely other UFC heavyweights who I do think are worse than him. He's only 33, and he made his pro debut in 2018. It would probably be a little bit unfair to say we can conclude affirmatively he can't get good at MMA. But I would say that the chances of it at this point are good. There is enough information for me to say that development is not happening. This is not moving in the right direction. And the parts of his offense that need development, including his overall cardiovascular conditioning, quite frankly, which is partly impacted by his weight, it's just not there. Dude, I don't imagine that he could beat Spivak in a grappling contest, even if he had made some pretty good development up to this point. You would not see a 300-pound man manipulated like that. A monster gap in skill level. Not just a little bit one, not even a big one. A gigantic one, dude. He got manipulated, tossed, mounted, and put out. It's as thorough as it can get. A one-punch shot wouldn't even be that thorough. You know what I mean? You could just hit the one, and you get lucky or whatever, and it's count. Dude, he got audited. He got audited. I have been that bigger dude against much smaller guys who are way more advanced than me. I'm telling you, I saw that and I was like, oh, been there, homie. I have been there. I have been there. It fucking sucks when a smaller guy can do that to you. That's who he is. At least that's who he was. Rick Hardy had massive problems. He wants to win this fight. Now, something to consider. Again, I don't know that for sure. Overall, only time will tell. Two, even if he leaves, he might just go to bare knuckle, which could actually be good for them because he is fast-handed for a heavyweight, so he does hit hard, and he doesn't worry about the ground game, and they only have 2-minute rounds, right? Like, short. That actually might be a benefit for him just anyway. Or the UFC may retain their services. I don't know. Here's what I would say. Please, for the love of God, stop putting his fights on main cards until he deserves to be on main cards. Marina Rodriguez versus Yan Xiaonan should have been on that main card 10 times out of 10 over Greg Hardy versus Sergey Spivak, and especially the way Spivak just dispatched with him. Dude, that's what happens when, like, you know, I mean, it looked like an amateur versus a pro. That's what it looked like to me. It looked like an amateur versus a pro. That's how wide the gap was. If you see someone fire an underhook and then the other person just starts walking with them because they're getting dog walked, ooh, buddy, you got a problem. All right, you guys have left your questions. Let me get to them now. I feel like a lot of Colby fans aren't familiar with how he fights. They probably think the Usman fights are an average representation of his entertainment level. They just eat up his persona. There might be something to that. I don't know. Do you think Jorge carried Nate at 244? Seems to not chase a finish and make it more of a fight than that was marketed. Doubt that. Now seems like the perfect opportunity to book Kevin Holland versus Michelle Pereira. Should be a really fun scrap. Sure. Bilal Muhammad versus Colby Covington was it right with the fight. That's an interesting. Now he's got a fight against Luque. If he beats Luque, sure. I'd be okay with that. I don't know if he would take that fight. Let's see. That must have been a brutal weight cut. Jorge looked off. He had a weight cut. Remember, he kind of weighed in at the last minute. He said after the fact that it was normal. He wanted to just get more sleep. Besides he lose. Was the fight already lost when Masvidal spent way too much time at the high pick in round one? Both of those guys were doing a lot of chirping at the ref. But that was, you know, here's the thing. Did it end up costing? Yes, it did. Do lots of fighters do what Masvidal did and then get the reward of a referee intervention? Yes, they do. So I can agree that it cost him. But a lot of guys do that. It seems to work just fine. Dustin versus Colby really only been against Colby, so I think Dustin will fly. That would be great. Would you want to see Jorge matched up with Nick? I don't want to see Nick fight again, but it's better place than it was in his last fight. Yes? Thoughts on Dean Thomas's tweet on fighter pay not being MMA's biggest problem? It's tough watching Moicano take so much damage on one week notice and how paid he is. Yeah, I mean, I love Dean. I responded to him on Twitter in that particular tweet. I said, you know, low fighter pay doesn't affect bad judging or doesn't create more bad judging. Bad judging definitely affects fighter pay. The point there is not necessarily that bad judging compounds fighter pay, although in the current state of things, it does compound fighter pay problems, right? Compound the problems on fighter pay. It does actually make it worse, but go back to why it makes it worse. It makes it worse because the promoter splits the contract between show and win. So if they didn't split those contracts and they got paid all of the winners, then I couldn't make that. That's the point. People are talking about people's daughters. Dude, which is true. I just don't want. I don't want to. We all make mistakes. We all say heated things, trash talk. Try to look the other way after a fight's over. But I really I'm not even gonna say like, oh, I'm so offended, like, UFC should step in. I'm not gonna say that. I just, when I go to bed at night, I don't want the weight of what that means on me. I guess if you don't worry about what the weight of it is, it's terrible. Kevin Holland is an immediate player at welterweight. Well, I mean, there's a little bit more work to do before we can be sure, but he looked good. Based on this kind of loss from Jorge, in addition to his age, does it make sense that UFC gave him a big contract? Yes, because I doubt they think he's going to fight forever, but this would prevent him potentially from fighting out a deal and going someplace else with the remainder of the star power. Now you might be like, well, they let Chad Mendes go fight in BKFC. It is potentially conceivable that they might do that, or let Jorge box after the fact or whatever. But never lose sight of the fact that they didn't let GSP do that. So they might have said, hey, look, type this guy up. And in his UFC contract, what it says is that they are their sole combat sports promoter. And if they're going to do any other combat sport, they have to get the permission. Now, the UFC doesn't really beat up on guys who want to do jiu-jitsu tournaments. I think they actually encourage it, but for everything else, it's cool. What's left for Masvidal after 4 straight losses? An opponent that is a little bit more suitable. But you never know. I would bet no. Mark me down as betting no, but what's stopping a Masvidal-McGregor fight in a couple of months? Nothing. I think that would be legendary. The only worry I have is Masvidal's new contract, and that it might lower the pay-per-view value. Yeah. Popular opinion to some, but I think RDA beats Conor convincingly. I think he got a great chance. If he beat Conor convincingly, if he can wrestle his way there, but Conor might sting him on the feet. I mean, it really all sort of depends on, like, can RDA beat Conor? Of course. Convincingly, even that seems plausible. But like, Conor has some skills that Moicano does not. What is this Inu Rogan crypto all these fighters? They hit me up too. I'm sure they're nice people. I didn't get involved, but they hit me up too, saying hey, I don't know. I don't really. It's some kind of crypto coin. How about Bryce Mitchell? Yeah, dude, he shined. He shined. He shined like. How about Jalen Turner? Dude, Jalen Turner is good. Now he was trading a little bit there. And he got clipped a couple of times, but he is so rangy, so accurate, such an accurate striker. Punches just go right where they're supposed to. They go quickly. They're sneaky. He's a beast. He's a beast. And I've been wrong about Jalen Turner, not this time, but like in previous fights, I wasn't quite sure what to make of him. I had some wake-up call with him recently. It was before this, so I knew what to expect this time. And dude, that kid Malarkey out of Australia. He's a tough SOB. He's a tough SOB. He had a gutsy win in the fight before this one, I believe. Let me see. Let me double check that. I remember being. I think it was at the Apex. I remember watching it being like, damn. Let's see. Yeah, the Devontae Smith win. That was a good win. He got Performance of the Night bonus for that. So that's a solid job by Jalen Turner. Why do smart fighters like Dominic Cruz support fighters taking prolonged beatings like Moicano did tonight? I don't know. I haven't seen what he said. Was Masvidal's inability to stay off the cage more a function of Covington effectively cage cutting or Masvidal then exercising good positional awareness? Masvidal had good defense, but I think to get Colby off of you, you have to have like great defense. So people are like, oh, was his defense bad? No. Can you see Masvidal headline another pay-per-view after tonight? Not soon. Yeah, people ask about this Marshall Rogan Inu thing. I don't know shit about that. All right. Reminder, Morning Combat will be there on Monday, live at 11 a.m. in the East. Me, Brian Campbell, you, everybody. Thank you so much for watching this. Thumbs up on the video. Hit subscribe, hit subscribe, hit subscribe. I appreciate you guys watching, and until next time.
Cu aspiratorul vertical fără fier Philips, aspiri și ștergi dintr-o singură mișcare în orice
Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. Today I'm really happy because I get to do a video that I've always wanted to have, and that is an account tour of what I've been doing so far basically since release. If I take a look at Steam, it tells me that I've played for 393 hours. Obviously that's a bit exaggerated because most likely 100 out of those are spent in a queue because Steam tracks when you are in game and just sitting in a queue. However, having that said, I just wanted to share with you what I was focused on basically, and what I have achieved so far. So we're gonna start with one of the most important things, at least to me, and that is the collectibles menu. We're gonna take a brief look at how we're standing, and then we're gonna get into a little bit of detail for some of these sections. In terms of island hearts, I'm at 57% with 52 island hearts collected. A little bit, just a little bit, teensy bit disappointed that I couldn't get more so far where I could have, but I just didn't. I always wanted to do maybe something else also, as opposed to doing some of the island hearts that I could have done so far. Giant hearts, I'm at 60% with 9 pieces. Here I'm a bit more disappointed than with island hearts, simply because I could have absolutely gotten more giant hearts. We're gonna get into that in a moment. Omnium stars, didn't even get the chance to visit the merchant and get my first. Masterpieces, didn't focus on it, 32% with 16 pieces of a masterpiece. Mococo seeds, one of the biggest disappointments in the collectible section, at least for me, simply because I did not get the opportunity to start really farming them. I saw Asmongold having the 750 statue in his housing plot. I was so jealous. I really wanted that also. We're gonna go to my housing plot as well in a moment. Yeah, but as I'm doing map completion, I am gathering the Mococos as well. In terms of map completion, we're getting to Agnia tokens. I'm at 21% with 3 pieces out of 14. That's because I have actually 3 maps at 100%. Retramis, Yuria, which are 2 relatively easy maps to get, and also I started with Shushire right after those, because to me it made the most sense to go there and do it. World 3 Leaves, I am at 45% with 28 pieces out of 61. I would say slightly unlucky, because we're gonna get into my gatherables in a moment, and you're gonna see that I've actually put quite some time into my gatherables. And then sea bounties, I'm at 9% with 4 of them. Didn't get the chance to really get into the sea bounties and start farming. I was mostly focused on island hearts, to be fair with you, and a little bit on the giant hearts as well. I really tried, but I didn't try the right way in that sense. In terms of island souls, we are at the moment at 52, and I did get to collect my relic affinity item, which was absolutely amazing. I did get to collect the compass as well, so I can make my compass into a purple one. I'm very much looking forward for the secret map, so we can continue with our adventures collectibles as well, and also very much looking for the Guyana statue for my housing plot. This is going to be absolutely amazing when I will get it. I'm confident that by next week, Tuesday, which would mark my full 30 days of playing Lost Ark, a full month, I would be already at 60 island hearts, because I have Argon now ready, since I have the Mococo skillet, because I got 2 maps to 100%. I just didn't get the chance to go to Argon. I also have the humpback oil for the Ice Maze Island, so that's 2 plus 52, that's 54. No problem reaching 60, because I have some islands that are actually quite easy, just depend on some quests, and I just didn't get the opportunity to get there. In terms of giant heart, I am missing this one with Sasha. This was one of my mistakes, the fact that I didn't focus enough on my tertiary stats, and because of that I am 3 points away here and 9 points away here from actually progressing with my rapport towards Sasha. If we take a look at the rapport system, because this is also very important, Sasha is friendly level 2, and I already have the relic grade affinity items to give to Sasha, so we can actually progress to trusted and get my giant heart from her. Here we're missing the Tuki. This was the second big mistake that I did in the giant heart section. I don't know what was in my head, but I didn't start Tuki from the beginning. If I would have started from the beginning, I would right now be a week away basically from getting the Tuki island heart. And people were doing Tuki, and I was thinking to myself, why are these people so desperate about Yuki? I completely forgot that there's a giant heart there. So now, obviously, to my shame. Azure Wind Island. This is for the daily quest. I am 4 daily quests away from Azure Wind Island. This is basically 4 more days. This one for the Shadow Moon Market with the light heart. I'm also, I think, 1 daily away from this one as well. And for the 14th heart with Nineveh, I've also started actually the relic item, the relic affinity item that we got here somewhere. There was a relic affinity item that this one right here. This one I actually gave to Nineveh, but then the quest was bugged, so I couldn't progress with my daily songs and emotes, nor any other gifts because I was blocked behind the quest that was bugged, and now they just fixed it yesterday from the moment of this video. So because of this, I have to continue. Nineveh is a very, very long, let's say, where is the sailing voyage? This one right here. Nineveh is a very long rapport thing, right? You need a lot of stuff, but very rewarding at the end. Not only you get the island heart, but also you get the giant heart and you get gold also. Very, very nice. I wanted to focus on all of my rapport items there, but I didn't know the quest was bugged, so regardless, this was with my giant heart, right? In terms of masterpieces, nothing really to see here. I didn't yet focus on it. I didn't even do the dailies that were needed for that because I am doing dailies on 2 different characters, and I feel like I would need a 3rd character for the reputation with dailies, a 3rd that would just do the masterpieces, right? Or the tertiary stat potions. This is how I feel right now, that I need a 3rd character as well. So nothing to see here. Mokoko Seeds, very disappointed in myself. Very, very disappointed. Didn't even get to claim these rewards so far, just because I've gathered as many Mokoko Seeds as they were in the map where I'm doing map completion, right? So far I have 3 maps of map completion. That means this is the amount of Mokokos that I currently have. I apologize to Lost Ark as a game for not focusing on the Mokoko Seeds more. I will, because they have some fantastic rewards, but just didn't have time yet, right? These tokens, you already know them. This is, by the way, in case you're new, this is the rarest and the highest you can possibly go in Lost Ark in terms of completing things and completing parts of the game. Getting this mount is just the highest honor, and in my book, you get this mount. I remove one of my friends from my friends list and I add you to my friends. Just whisper me at any time. This is amazing, and obviously this takes a lot of time to get, because you get one of these tokens as you finish 1 map completion. Yeah. So yeah, moving on. This is not something that you're gonna focus on necessarily. You're focusing on map completion and maybe as a side thing, just looking at it. World 3 Leaves, I was a bit disappointed in terms of lumbering. Speaking about World 3 Leaves, these are for gathering resources around the world. And looking at my gathering profile, at my trade skills, I did put a lot of time in them, and it was fantastic. Gathering with Netflix and with high school. Amazing. So I enjoyed my time so much gathering resources, and I made quite a lot of gold which has disappeared from my account in the meantime. But regardless, I'm foraging. I am at level 23, 22 logging, 22 mining, 20 hunting, 13 fishing, and 18 excavating. Right now I'm focusing a lot on hunting. It was actually one of the lowest levels for me, but I want to get it to level 30, and also at the same time excavating as well would be for me important to get both of these to level 30, so that when you do go in a zone and you want to do your gathering, you would have 2 professions at max level with really good results. That would give you some very nice amount of gold, and also very important to have at least 1 from hunting, fishing, or excavating at a very high level, so that you can craft tier 3 and tier 2 also material at your house. That's why it's very, very nice for the near future as well. Sea bounties are something that I'm absolutely looking forward to starting. I haven't really started yet, simply because of the sailors. I am pretty obsessed with sailors and in general boats. I'm gonna show you in a second. So disappointed in that. There's so much to do, and there's so few time that I just cannot tell you how much more I would have needed to play in order to do everything that I want. Anyway, very nice reward from the sea bounties for me personally is this one and the title, the first mate title. This is absolutely gorgeous. First mate title while you're holding and you're playing with a stray, the boat. Beautiful. And there's more rewards as well, right? Some important rewards also. I'm talking about the stuff that matters to me, not necessarily the stuff that's actually, you know, the most efficient stuff to get from these sea bounties. This was everything in terms of collectibles. Where shall we go next? Since we're here, right, might as well talk about gear as well. I am in tier 3 with this particular character, 1330. Nothing really special. I haven't yet done my weeklies for this week since they just reset yesterday, nor did I do my dailies for today, so maybe my item level will be a little bit higher. I also have to start exchanging pirate points and also guild tokens. I have a lot of guild tokens because I haven't exchanged almost anything up until now. I have to start exchanging them on a weekly basis for the stuff, so I can maybe get to 1335 by the end of the day, 1340 by the time I hit 4 weeks in Lost Ark, which to me is very satisfactory. At this item level I can start doing the first Abyssal Dungeon, and at 1340 I can start doing the second one. After that I'm not necessarily that inclined to continue enchanting. I've actually sold. I was really stuck in tier 2 for a long time. I had pity enchanting on my weapon twice, from 13 to 14 and from 14 to 15. And then on my shoulders, I also had it twice, to a point where my shoulders actually gave up at plus 14 and enchanted my chest piece to plus 16 so I can make up the difference in item level and continue with tier 3. It was crazy for me at the end of tier 2. Plus I don't know what exactly is going to happen with the enchantment rates that they used before release. Are these coming with Argos? Are they coming later? It's a catch-up mechanic, right? Including tier 3 enchantment rates, which are increased, and you need pure materials to succeed. Until they release a full patch notes, I'm just gonna keep my tier 3 materials after 1340, of course. Because I do really want to go on a weekly basis for 2 additional dungeons and get access to a bit more content, maybe a bit better guardian races, right? But other than that, I'm very satisfied with 1340, and then after that taking it slow or taking advantage of the possible higher enchantment rates that they're gonna have. Yeah, skins, I don't think it matters. I spent a lot of my gold, by the way, buying platinum avatar chests. And also, actually, I didn't really buy any Northern Lawmaker. I just bought the Platinum one because I know for sure that the Platinum one.
Pepsi își schimbă ambalajul, dar nu și gustul. Încearcă gustul preferat Pepsi acum în sticlă din PET 100% reciclat.
Sell later because it's a gorgeous skin. But the Northern Lawmaker is more of a taste thing. I'm not entirely sure that everyone likes the Northern Lawmaker, but everyone, at least in the future, will absolutely love the plus. So I bought a couple of boxes of those. I have them in my warehouse. That's kind of what I did with gold. I bought a little bit of crystal as well from the cash shop. Crystal which I used later on for just a little bit in tier 2. I was a little bit desperate because I told you with the fails. And I bought a little bit of enchantment materials from Mari's secret shop with the crystal that I bought with my own gold. And also I bought these affinity items that they sell. I bought every single mount. I even purchased one of those 60 euro packs that they have just for the mount, so I can get the mount from there in the skin. I just want to have it. They're all unopened, right? Except the mount. The mount I have here, right? But everything else is unopened in my warehouse. I just want to have stuff in Lost Ark. I don't care. One of my goals with our Western release was to have everything they sell. So every pet they sell and every mount and every skin, I'm gonna have it, even if I don't like it and I don't care about it. It's just gonna be there. Other than that, in terms of PvP, I did do some PvP, obviously, for my weekly quests. Very nice to do weekly quests in the arena. Nothing special in that sense. Stronghold level 23. Let's actually go. Shall we go to the stronghold? I don't know. Nothing really. Again, I didn't have enough time to put a lot of effort into decorating my stronghold, right? Even though maybe I should have. I didn't have enough time to look at the crafting recipes and start learning them so I can craft these pieces of decor and start really working on my stronghold. However, there are a couple of things here, a couple of NPCs that I have acquired rapport with. We're gonna go through the rapport also. Here is the blue-eyed Calvasos. Dude, I paid to win so much on their skins, right? The wardrobe for these NPCs. Whenever it was available, I purchased it, and it was like 300-400 blue crystals. Of course I did. I mean, look at these skins that they have for them. I'm obviously interested in the effects also, but you don't need all of the skins to get the effect that you're looking for, right, for your mansion. I'm gonna get you there as well. But just saying, and especially for the blue-eyed Calvasos, one of my highlights here, the fact that he has this, vacation on an island outfit, amazing, right? Blue-eyed Calvasos was one of my priorities to get, because of the giant heart and the island heart that he offers. So in terms of rapport, I maxed him out. I have other NPCs here also, but I just wanted to basically take you on a little bit of a tour. I have this piece right here, the windmill. Another two NPCs. Here we have the Shoeshire NPCs from 100% rapport. Then we have Yule and Pupa, the panda. Yule is obviously into pandas, because if you're into PvP, you have to be into pandas. I have some other decor items that I actually received recently. This is from 100% Udia right here. These tents are just whatever. The train is, I have two trains actually in my plot, is from the Founders Packs, and this statue right here is from 100% Shoeshire. Nothing exceptional at the moment. We still have to place furniture, we still have to place stuff that we're getting all around. But I have ideas, so I guess that's more important for when I will have the time. My housing plot is at the moment at level 23 and a little bit over a half. Looking forward to getting 225, which should happen, I don't know, maybe just in a couple of days from now. In terms of NPCs, I do have some contracts with NPCs that are of higher level, let's say, than the ones that you get. I've also upgraded all of my NPCs to the highest level possible. In terms of sailors, this is also something that I was looking into, just to have at least a basic set of sailors for my mission, so that we would have a decently high success rate for the missions. I did gather some of them, right? Whenever I saw a sailor, I actually purchased it. Let's take a look at the rapport NPCs that I have. I wanted to show you these also because I worked on them. So I have for Retramis, I have both of them on Trusted. Udia again because I have the map completion. West Lutera, East Lutera, not really, except Elia, simply because I wanted the charisma potion that she has to offer. Tortoic didn't get there yet. In Annika, I absolutely wanted Yule because it's the closest thing you're gonna get to a PvP NPC for that matter. And also, I really love her skins, by the way. Shall I show you? Yule's skins. She has one skin, but it comes in different colors. So this is the basic one that you get, and then it's the sexier one with the hair. This hair was very popular in my previous MMORPG called Aeon. Everyone that was playing PvP in Aeon and had a female character was wearing this hair. So for me, this is just gorgeous. And the skins that she has are also pretty nice. I didn't yet get to buy Yule skins. I will buy them maybe after this video. I keep forgetting, right, to do these things. Rayon's Ghost, I have her also here for the courage potion. I needed this courage potion as well. These are the only two. This is the only reason why I got this these two NPCs. However, since I started with these two NPCs here and I'm almost done with Affinity for Annika, then after Retramis, Udia and Shoeshire, which I've done as a priority, I'm most likely going to go and start Annika, and after Annika I'm going to jump into Rohendel, yeah? Obviously, some people prefer to do it in a different way, where they do things that give you, for example, a skill point potion. That's what they prioritize. For me, I personally don't care. I really just don't care. All I care is that what makes more sense for me, and if I needed these potions and now I'm closer for Annika, I'm just simply gonna do Annika. I also care a lot about maps that give you relic affinity items, so I can then keep delivering them to other NPCs, which for me is very, very important when I'm looking at map completion and the order in which I'm gonna do it. Argentine, I'm working on Sasha right now simply because of the giant heart, and that's all I want from Argentine at this moment. North Verne, I was working a little bit on the affinity here because North Verne in general is an attractive map for map completion. North Verne is a little bit daunting because of the too many NPCs that you need affinity with for the map completion to get to 100%. So I guess I'm gonna stick to Annika and then Rohendel. Good rewards also, by the way, for Rohendel map completion in terms of efficiency if you're looking for that. Shoeshire, I have it at 100% because I actually wanted this, the courage potion from here. I wanted the Popo as a sailor for my house, and this one, Rancher Jude, I wanted Jude as a sailor for my housing plot as well. So since I had these two and this one, because of the potion, I thought, again, same logic, let's just finish it up, yeah? Not to mention the rewards are quite nice. Rohendel, we discussed this. You're nothing here. Phaeton, Jederico, I wanted his courage potions. So I thought that it's a good investment. Also, when I'm gonna get to collectibles, to the adventures, then this is going to be pretty easy to get after friendly. And then Punica, nothing here really. I just got to tier 3. I was looking at some gear and that's about everything. Sailing voyage, we discussed a little bit. Nineveh, Bloodfang, this is something that I'm gonna leave for when my body is ready. After the essentials, after the basics, then we're gonna get into the real beauty and meat of Lost Ark for myself, which is the Astray, Blackfang, Pirates, pirate coins. That's all I'm gonna do. But for now, we need to think about a bit about gear. We need to think about, you know, your account level in general. Speaking about my, well, we're gonna get to that actually. Blue Ad, Calvasus, this is already acquired. Didn't get to visit some of the islands yet. I just didn't think that it's that important. Elder Toto and Zenri are two NPCs that I'm looking forward, especially Elder Toto because it gives you not only the heart but also wisdom potion. So I'm looking to max out, but after everything comes after Sasha. So Sasha is next, and afterwards come everything else, including Nineveh, for example, which is also a super important NPC for me. But these two are also quite important. I just wanted the island heart here, so I just thought, hey, might as well. Other than that, Pupa, again, same story. I just basically wanted the island heart, and I thought, hey, might as well just do it. Trixion Beatrice, I wanted a giant heart, so because of that, we are friendly with her. Very interesting to go further and get the charisma potion and the card. It's a little bit difficult because of the much affinity that you need, but anyway, just saying. And this is everything for affinity in that sense. Lastly, let's take a look at the roster in general, the roster info. A little bit disappointed that I'm only at roster level 73. I could have most likely been 80 or above if I would have had more time to focus, especially on the quests, right? That give you a lot of roster experience, but also not only, but also get a little bit more map completion going. Quite frankly, I just started. I don't know. I started quite some time ago with the affinity, but in terms of fully focusing on everything that you need to do, I basically started a week ago with map completion. I'm just sorry that I didn't have more time to get more here so I can get more roster levels, so this would look a little bit better. And I almost forgot to show you an important thing, which is the fact that I'm playing two different characters. This is all I have on my account, 2 characters. I would have wanted a third one just for the daily quests, at least some of them, so I can have a speedier progress with them. However, I never really got to using my second Verne power pass for another character, so because of that I just stuck to these 2 characters. Both of them are artillerists. I play both of them in equal amounts, so I cannot consider one as my alt and the other one as my main. This is my other character. He's ready for Argon with the skillet. He's absolutely ready for level 30 of hunting, so we can find out some dens. He has some maps also that he crafts. This is my crafting and gathering character basically. 5 tickets to the Platinum Fields, and I've used God knows how many already. I played this as often as I basically played the other one. This is everything, I guess, on my account. The rest of it is not that important. The currencies, you can see them up here. I wish you guys lots of love. Share with me your account achievements or share with me your collectibles. Come join my Discord channel and share your accomplishments there. I'm definitely reading the Discord and looking at what you guys are saying there, and I'm always very interested to see what you guys have been focusing on, what prideful things, which island hearts did you guys get and are very excited about. But yeah, that's everything from me. I wish you lots of love. Thank you so much for watching this video. Please consider subscribing to my channel, and until my next one, I will see you really soon. Take care and stay safe.
Aspiră și șterge cu puterea faptei dule de aspirare cu Philips Omni Aqua Plus.
am the master crafter of the legend.
Welcome to the cube. Start. Success. 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 Start. Complete.
What do you want?
I'm the master crafter of the legendary needle. I'm the master crafter of the legendary needle.
Reduces the pain the individual is in. Anything that reduces the shame, stigma, and humiliation will, over time, reduce addiction for most people. Not everyone. Some people are in such internal agony, they will always need anesthetics. And this, I think, is a really important point, and one that can be quite challenging to some people, including people like me, who have people they love with addiction problems. So, where I open Chasing the Screamers with this story, that I think a lot of people think, why the fuck is a book about the war on drugs starting like this? And I think it tells you so much. So, in 1939, in a hotel in Midtown Manhattan, Billie Holiday, the great jazz singer, walked on stage. And she sang for the first time a song that I'm sure all your listeners and viewers have heard. It's a song called Strange Fruit, right? It's a song against lynching. It's the idea that in the South, the bodies of African American men hang from the trees and they're like kind of strange fruit in the South, right? This is unbelievably challenging at that time. There are very few popular songs like that. And to have an African American woman doing it was quite shocking, right? She wasn't even allowed to walk through the front door of that hotel. They made her go through the service elevator because she was African American. And that night, Billie Holiday gets a warning from a man called Harry Anslinger, from the agents of a man called Harry Anslinger, that basically says, stop singing this song, right? And you think, well, wait, what's this got to do with the war on drugs? So Harry Anslinger is a man, he was a government bureaucrat. I think the most influential person no one's ever heard of. He's affected the lives of loads of people listening to your show. So Harry Anslinger is a government bureaucrat who takes over the Department of Prohibition just as alcohol prohibition is ending. So you've had this big war on alcohol, it's been a shit show, it's been a disaster, and he takes it over, and he wants to keep his government department going. And he invents the modern war on drugs. He's the first person to ever use the phrase war on drugs. And he really builds this war on drugs around two intense hatreds he has, and Billie Holiday is the personification of both. One was a really intense hatred of African Americans. I mean, he was regarded as a crazy racist in the 1920s, which gives you a sense of how racist he was. He used the N-word so often in official memos, his own senator said he should have to resign. That's how hardcore he was, right? And he also had an intense hatred of people with addiction problems. And Billie Holiday, she'd grown up on the streets of Baltimore, a part of Baltimore called Pigtown. When she was 10, she was horrific. She was raped. The man who raped her was sent to prison for 1.5 years. She was sent to reformatory for longer than he got, right? She was tormented by the nuns there. They said she was disobedient. She brought it on herself. They used to lock her in with dead bodies overnight to teach her a lesson. She eventually ran away. She tried to find her mother. Her mother had gone to what's now called Roosevelt Island now, it wasn't called that then, where she was working as a prostitute. And Billie Holiday starts kind of working, in inverted commas, next to her mother in this brothel from when she's like 14. So she's being raped by men for money night after night after night. She's, you know, and when the police break into the brothel, they arrest her, right, and send her to prison. So Billie Holiday is trying to numb the grief and pain that comes from that, right? So she starts out using loads of alcohol, and then she's using loads of other stuff as well, mostly heroin. And when she gets this warning from Harry Anslinger saying, stop singing this song, Billie Holiday's attitude is, fuck you, I'm an American citizen, I'll sing what I fucking please, right? And at that point, Harry Anslinger resolves to destroy her. The first man he sent to track her is a man called, follow her around, is a guy called Jimmy Fletcher. Harry Anslinger hated employing white people, hated employing African Americans, but you couldn't really send a white person into Harlem to follow Billie Holiday, it would be kind of obvious. So he employed this African American guy called Jimmy Fletcher. His job title was a bagman. So he was given the job, follow Billie Holiday everywhere she goes, befriend her, document her drug use, right? He dances with her in nightclubs, he gets to know her really well, and Billie Holiday was so amazing that Jimmy Fletcher fell in love with her. And his whole life he felt really ashamed of what he did. He busts her, when they come in to search her, she pisses in front of him and says, you can look in my pussy, you can see I don't have anything here. She's put on trial. The trial was called the United States versus Billie Holiday, and she said that's how it fucking felt. She's sent to prison for 18 months. She doesn't sing a word in prison. But what happened to her next, I think, is the cruelest thing. She gets out of prison, and at that time, to sing anywhere where they served alcohol, you needed what was called a cabaret performer's license. Anslinger makes sure she doesn't get it. So one of her friends, Yolanda Bavan, who's also a great jazz singer, said to me, what's the cruelest thing you can do to a person? It's to take away the thing they love, right? They take away singing from Billie Holiday. It's what we do to people with addiction problems all over the United States, right? We give them criminal records that make it much harder to do the things that are meaningful to them, find work, for example. So in that situation, obviously, Billie Holiday relapses, right? She starts using a shit ton of heroin again. One day in the early 50s, she collapses, not far from where she first sung Strange Fruit. The first hospital won't even take her, because she's got an addiction problem. They said we're not having her. Second hospital takes her, but she says to her friend Maylie Dufty on the way in, the Anslinger's men were done with her, they were going to come for her. She said, they're going to kill me in there. Don't let them, they're going to kill me. She wasn't wrong. So in the hospital, she's diagnosed with advanced liver cancer, probably related to severe alcoholism. And in the hospital, she goes into heroin withdrawal. So Maylie, her friend, manages to insist that she's given methadone, and she starts to recover a bit because heroin withdrawal is quite dangerous when you're weak, right? Like when you're old. Anslinger's men come, they arrest her on her hospital bed. They handcuff her to hospital. I interviewed the last person who's still alive who'd been in that room, a man called Reverend Eugene Callender, a religious minister. They handcuff her to a hospital bed. They don't let her friends in to see her. They don't let her have candies. Outside, Reverend Callender led protests with signs saying, let Lady Day live. There were big protests. They knew they were killing her, right? Then after 10 days, they cut off the methadone and she died the next day. One of her friends told the BBC that she looked like she had been violently wrenched from life, right? There's loads of things about this story which we made into a movie, and Lee Daniels is directing it. There's so many things about this story that tell us what this war on drugs is about, right? Firstly, it's about its effect. It's about shaming addicts, and its effect is it makes addicts worse, right? Except with Billie Holiday's there. Secondly, it's been insanely racist from the start, right? At the same time that Harry Anslinger found out Billie Holiday had a heroin addiction, he found out Judy Garland, Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, had a heroin addiction. It changes how you watch The Wizard of Oz, if you know that. And he went to the studio and he advised, he said to Judy Garland and to the studio, she should take longer vacations. Right, spot the difference. With a white woman, Judy Garland, longer vacations. With Billie Holiday, fucking destroy her, right? In fact, one of the agents he sent to destroy her, a man called George White, who was the guy who tracked her in the last days of her life. We now know, I mean, literally it's like, he was a hugely obese guy, a strange guy. He infiltrated a Chinese drug gang. He was a Chinese place to do that. But he boasted in his diary about murdering people, about spiking women and raping them. I mean, these were really deranged people that founded the drug war. But the reason I say it in relation to what we were just talking about is because in this culture, we tell only one heroic story about people with addiction problems, and that's that they sometimes recover from their addiction. That is indeed a heroic story. Everyone watching this who's managed to do that is a hero, and I'd massively love and congratulate them. But that is not the only heroic story we should tell about people with addiction problems. Billie Holiday never stopped using drugs. She was still a fucking hero. She never let these people stop her singing that song. She would go to the places where you didn't have a license. She'd go to the worst parts of the Deep South. She sang Strange Fruit. People threw bottles at her. They stuck out cigarettes on her. She never stopped singing that song, right? And I think about Billie Holiday a lot, and I think about, you know, all over the world, every day, people listen to Billie Holiday and they feel stronger. And all over the world, every day, we are still following the policies of Harry Anslinger, and it makes us weaker. And this conflict that begins right at the start of the drug, and I think, if I'm honest, I think this isn't an easy thing to say, but I think one of the reasons why the debate about the drug war is so charged is because it runs through the hearts of all of us, right? Anyone who's got someone they love who's got an addiction problem, as I do, there's a Harry Anslinger in your head, right? There's a bit of you that looks at them and thinks, someone should just fucking stop you. Why are you doing this? Someone should stop you doing this. And then, for most people, there's another part that's like, okay, that anger isn't useful in most cases. Actually, what you're doing is for a reason. We need to understand those reasons. We need to help you to change your life, right? But that conflict is very deep in us. And Harry Anslinger, the war he invented, and we talk about cannabis and lots of other things, but he invented the ban on cannabis. That war is still playing out. Does that make sense? I know that was a long answer, but sorry.
No, it does make sense, and it's a horrific story about Billie Holiday. And I had no idea that Wizard of Oz was also a big deal.
And the Munchkins, a lot of them as well.
Now, why was Harry Anslinger's hate towards her so extreme?
So when he was a kid, the book is called Chasing the Scream, because when he was a kid, he grew up in a place called Altoona in Pennsylvania. And he lived in a farmhouse. His dad was actually a immigrant from Switzerland. And they grew up in this farmhouse, and in the next farmhouse down there was a farmer's wife who had a heroin addiction, or morphine addiction, not the heroin. And Harry Anslinger had this really haunting memory of going to that house and hearing this woman scream and scream, and him being sent to take the horse and cart, I think he was 11 or something, being sent to take the horse and cart into town to go to the pharmacy to get her the morphine, and then bringing it back and scream, stop it. The lesson he took from that is these drugs are evil and we need to destroy them. Especially later on, he was in Europe during the First World War, and he had this very keen, he was a diplomat, he had this very keen sense that civilization was incredibly fragile, it can collapse at any moment, you only need a little bit of contamination, it will all go to shit. And so I call it Chasing the Scream because I think in a way what Harry Anslinger is doing is like chasing this scream all over the world, and I felt like what I was doing, going to all these different places, from the killing fields in Mexico to Portugal and Switzerland, was like following this scream as it kind of ricocheted around, and actually how he thinks he's stopping these screams, he's actually creating far more screams in their place.
Yeah, but I still don't understand why he had this intense...
With Billie Holiday.
Yeah.
So, well, she's an African-American woman standing up to white supremacy who has an addiction problem. But the truth is, what he did to Billie Holiday is not particularly... This is what he did to African-Americans and to people with addiction problems. Billie Holiday just happens to be famous, so I'm telling her story, but this is what he did to huge numbers of people, right? He wanted to destroy the whole jazz scene. One of the amazing things, spending time in his archives in Penn State, was seeing all these memos from his agents. So he said to them, go to a local jazz club, document the evil things that are happening there. And the things they wrote back were kind of hilarious, right? There's one agent who, I forget where it was, but he wrote back and was like, there was a popular jazz song at the time called That Ocean Man, and had a lyric that said, when he gets the notion, he thinks he can walk across the ocean. And he's like, there is going to be an epidemic of drowning across the United States as people use cannabis because they're going to believe they can walk on water. So he was literally hilarious when he said, he believed that when you smoke cannabis, time slows down, so a minute seems to last 1,000 years. Like these extraordinarily frightening, crazy things that he would say. And he actually latched, so at that time, when he first takes over what becomes the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, cocaine and heroin just aren't very popular, right? There's just not much of a war to fight. I mean, they exist, but they're not that popular. They're confined to small urban scenes. Cannabis was more popular, not as popular as it is now, but... What do you want? And he had previously said cannabis isn't harmful, not bothered about it. Suddenly, when he cottons on that this is the way to build up his department, he announces that cannabis is, the phrase he used was the most evil drug in the world. He said when Frankenstein's monster bumps into a spliff on the staircase, Frankenstein's monster dies of fright. Like, these extraordinarily heightened claims. And he starts trying to get support for a ban on cannabis. And he latches onto one case in particular. And it's important because I think we're hearing these things again now. So a kid in Tampa, Florida, called Victor Licata, he was, not so much a kid, 21, killed his entire family with an axe, butchered them all. And with the help of the Fox News of its time, Hearst newspapers, Anslinger announces, this is what will happen if you use cannabis. Literally, you will kill your family with an axe, right? And this becomes a very famous story across the United States, and cannabis is banned in its wake. Years later, someone goes and checks the psychiatric files for Victor Licata. Wasn't even evidence he'd ever used cannabis, right? He had terrible problems with psychosis. His family had been advised more than a year before that he should be institutionalized, and they refused. They kept him at home. And this tragedy ensued. We're hearing these scare stories again about cannabis. There's something that Anslinger said that I think could be like the motto for the entire drug war. In the wake of so Anslinger introduces this ban in the US. He promises drugs will disappear, right? You will have noticed drugs did not disappear. He starts to say, well, that's just because evil foreign countries like Mexico are flooding our country with drugs. You'll notice that's come back as well. So what we need to do is force all these other countries to ban them as well, and then they'll disappear. So the US, in the wake of the Second World War, really has the power to do that. The world is in ruins. And there's one place, when he goes to the new United Nations, and he's insisting this happens, and they're basically threatening people. They're saying, we'll cut off your foreign aid, or you won't be allowed to sell goods to the US market if you don't do this. The ambassador from Thailand is like, well, you know, it doesn't seem to have worked very well in your country. We've actually got a long pattern of established drug use in Thailand. We don't really have many problems. We don't want to do this. And Anslinger said to him, I've made up my mind. Don't try to confuse me with facts. And I always feel like that's the drug war, right? I've made up my mind. Don't try to confuse me with the facts.
Well, he, in conjunction with William Randolph Hearst, he worked with him to try to propagate these ridiculous propaganda stories about Mexicans and blacks smoking this evil drug called marijuana, which is really not even a real term for cannabis at the time. It was a wild Mexican tobacco, right? Yeah. But didn't Nixon do a similar thing with the sweeping psychedelic act of 1970? He did it so that they could infiltrate the civil rights movement, because there were so many people in the civil rights movement that were using various psychedelic drugs. They could use it as an excuse to crack down on them and lock them up and put them in jail and pit them against each other and, you know, have them inform on each other.
Yeah, this is really important. You cannot enforce the drug laws against everyone who's broken them. It is impossible. Half of all Americans, by conservative estimate, have broken the drug laws, right? So what do? Everywhere in the world, the drug laws are used to persecute groups the state wants to persecute for other reasons, right? Yeah. So one of the people I write about in Chasing Screen is that I've only really had a kind of epiphany of this, right? So Lee Maddox was a cop in Baltimore. She used to do the I-95. She would very proudly bust people who even had a single joint, right? She was a real Harriet Anslinger's dream girl. She had signed up to become a cop, which is amazing, a really interesting person thing. She'd signed up to become a cop for quite a personal reason. As a kid, she'd had a best friend, a kid and teenager, called Lisa, who was like, they looked really similar, they shared a fake ID, they were like sisters. And one day, when they were in their late teens, they went to Ocean City for a day out. And Lisa decided to hitchhike back to New Jersey where she lived. And so Lee said bye to her. And the next day, she gets a call saying Lisa had not arrived. She waits and waits, she has this terrible summer waiting to find out what happened. And then they discovered that Lisa had been gang raped and murdered. Her body was found underneath a house where it had been eaten by animals. And Lee became convinced at that time that Lisa had, for various reasons, that Lisa had been killed as part of a gang initiation ceremony. She was like, I'm going to destroy these gangs, I'm going to dedicate my life to destroying the gang. She goes and applies to become a police officer. And for years, she's this, you know, hardline cop, right? Takes real pleasure in busting people. But Lee started to notice a few things. First thing was, when you're a cop and you arrest a rapist, there are fewer rapes in your account the next week, right? When you are a cop and you bust a pedophile, fewer children get sexually abused. But she knows when you bust a dealer, there's no fewer dealers. There's someone in the corner the next day for sure, right? It didn't simply have any effect. In fact, what she discovered, what she began to learn about this, was that there was something even worse, which was for a funny sort of reason, she realised that she was actually creating these, empowering these gangs. So the best way to explain this is, if you imagine, obviously when you ban drugs, they don't disappear, right? They're transferred from the people who used to control them, licensed legal businesses, to armed criminal gangs, right? And these armed criminal gangs operate in a different way to legal businesses. So if you imagine, if you and me decided we want to go and steal now a bottle of vodka, right? We go into a local liquor store, and that store catches us. They'll call the cops will come take us away. That liquor store doesn't need to be violent, it doesn't need to be intimidating. They've got the power of the law to uphold their property rights. Okay, now imagine we were to steal a bag of coke, right? If we go to the guy near here, I'm sure there is someone who sells coke, and he catches us, he can't call the cops, obviously. The cops would arrest him. He has to fight us. Now, if you're a dealer, you don't want to be having to fight every day, right? You want to establish a reputation for being so frightening that no one will dare to fuck with you, right? So you establish your place in that neighborhood through aggression, through violence, and you maintain it through aggression and violence, right? Legal businesses compete on cost and quality of product. In illegal markets, people compete on how much of a frightening fucker you're prepared to be, right? As a writer called Charles Bowden put it, the war on drugs creates a war for drugs, right? It transfers it to these criminal gangs who have to operate through violence to protect their property rights. So Lee goes into the drug war thinking, I'm the one stopping these gangs. She realizes, shit, I'm the one enabling them, right? They control one of the biggest industries in the world because of this police action and because of this decision to prohibit these drugs. And if you want to know how much of this violence is caused by by the fact that we prohibited it, just ask yourself, where are the violent alcohol dealers, right? Everyone knows who Al Capone was. Does the head of Smirnoff go and shoot the head of Budweiser in the face, right? Does your local bar go and send a bunch of kids to go and shoot everyone in the next bar down? Of course not. Exactly that happened under alcohol prohibition. When did it end? It ended on the day alcohol prohibition ended, because legal markets don't compete with that. So Lee's partly having this insight, right? She's realizing, shit, I think I'm taking down these gangs, I'm actually empowering them. What will really disempower them is reclaiming the market and making it legal. But she also has another really painful realization. So early in her career as a cop, Lee had done this really brave thing. She'd gone undercover with the Klan to expose them. She'd done a really important work in breaking up parts of the Maryland Klan. She really was not a racist, right? She'd had relationships with African-American men. But she noticed something that most honest cops notice, which is the vast majority of people, they were sent to African-American areas to enforce the drug laws, right? One of her colleagues, Matthew Fogg, once went to his superior officer and said, you know, it's a bit weird, right? We only ever seem to go to African-American neighborhoods to do all our drug busts. I'm fairly sure white people sometimes use drugs. Should we go to like a white neighborhood as well? And the supervisor said, of course you're right, white people use drugs, but white people know journalists and lawyers and judges. That's just a whole load of shit for us. Just go for the low-hanging fruit. So Lee, who is not a racist, could see the effect of what she was doing was in fact racist, right? And she was very uncomfortable with that. And this really came to a head for Lee when Lee's police partner was a guy called Ed Totley, who she loved, platonically loved. He was a great champion of women police officers. He was a great guy. And one day she gets a call at home. Ed had been sent on a drug bust. He was undercover. And the guy had thought he was ripping him off and shot him in the head. And Lee goes to see Ed's body and she's like, what did he die for? Right? There are no fewer drug dealers. Every time we arrest a drug dealer, the supply of drugs is not disrupted for 1 hour. We are enforcing a racist war. We are empowering these gangs. Why are we doing this? So Lee quit as a police officer. She retrained as a lawyer. She now gets the criminal records expunged whenever she can of the kind of people that she busted when she was a cop. And she was part of a brilliant group called Law Enforcement Against Prohibition, who are cops who argue for ending the drug war. But it's interesting to me because it's hard to be Lee was trying to be Harry Anslinger. It's hard to be Harry Anslinger if you're an honest person with a conscience, right? And there are police officers all over the country who are making these realizations now. And that, you know, obviously, it's very close to my heart what we do to people with addiction problems. Horrific and catastrophic though that is, I don't actually think that's the biggest moral issue around the war on drugs. The biggest moral issue is the violence created by prohibition, right? If I think about places I've spent time like Colombia, Ciudad Juarez in northern Mexico, that's the biggest issue, right? More people have died in Latin America, Central and South America, in the drug war violence than have died in Syria. Right? I don't know what we can do about Syria. We can end this violence. There's a professor at Harvard called Jeffrey Myron, who I interviewed, who has a graph of the murder rate in the 20th century in the United States. Massively shoots up the day alcohol is banned and falls like a stone the day alcohol is legalized, right? And massively rises again when there's an intensification of the drug war later. We can end a huge amount of this violence, right? We can do what Switzerland did. We can do what's happening here.
So what's stopping us?
So I think the main thing...
Because this is a logical conclusion based on facts and based on cases like Portugal and Switzerland. There's obviously data. So people are aware of this. So people must be confronted with this data. To this day, people know that the prohibition on alcohol was a massive disaster and no one would ever accept it again. We're slowly starting to realize that marijuana, at least for some people, is safe and reasonable and should be used recreationally and has some massive benefits medically. So we're starting to see legalization both for recreational use and clearly for medical use is spread. I think, what did we decide? Was it? I think it's like there's a certain amount of states where it's just fully legal recreationally and more where it's medical. But I think it's more than 18 states total now.
Yeah, soon we're going to be half of the American population.
It should be 100%, right? I mean, we all.
It's in Canada.
And it should be. Yes, it is in Canada, as it should be for alcohol. But what is this?